Brilliant. Well, thank you so much for being here today. I'm really excited to welcome everybody to Courtauld. My name is Caroline Levitt. I'm the head of the History of Art department here, but I also have a very vested interest in this conference, this Symposium Day, because I specialise a lot in word and image interactions in the work that I do as an art historian of the 19th and 20th century art. You'll hear a little bit more about that later, because I'll be chairing and speaking as part of the panel this afternoon, which I'm very much looking forward to, along with King's colleagues and Alex, who will be here a bit later. But let me start just by, as I say, welcoming everyone to Vernon Square. I don't know how many people have been up here before. I think often people think of the Courtauld as being at Somerset House, which is where we are normally, and that's where our gallery is. So if you've not been to the gallery, do pop down there at some point and see the paintings there. I'm sure many of you know it well. But I really just wanted to express my gratitude to Rose and Phoebe, Rose Pickering and Phoebe Day, from the Courtauld side, who have been putting together this symposium and have done an incredibly professional job of it. So thank you to both of you. It's not the only thing they've organised this year either. They also took on our PhD symposium earlier this semester. So they've been very busy, and I think have done a great job of garnering people and ideas. And I'm really looking forward to all that the day holds. This came about as the result of an open call, really, to our PhD community to propose a thematic conference. And I'm really thrilled that this theme of word and image intersections brings together such a chronological range, such a disciplinary range. I think that's the really exciting thing about working between those two ideas. So there's lots for us to talk about today. It's also a great opportunity to bring together colleagues from King's and Courtauld. I'm not assuming that everybody who is here today is from one of those institutions, but I think many of you might well be. And it's a lovely moment for us to come together as colleagues. I think, as a lot of you will know, we've entered into what is being, I don't know, slightly obliquely or formally referred to as a strategic partnership. And everyone wonders what a strategic partnership might be. What I'm really hoping that it will turn out to provide for us today will be a kind of productive, warm, fertile collaboration that will give rise to many more conversations and events that may well follow on from this. So I'm looking forward to chatting with Angel, for example, later about something other than BA2 module exchange, which is where we normally find ourselves. There's a lot going on between King's and the Courtauld at the moment, but our research intersections is a really exciting place for us to be focusing today. Interdisciplinary study has always been very important to me personally. I did not start at a single subject institution, which is what the Courtauld is known as. I did a degree in French and History of Art at UCL, actually, not King's or Courtauld, sorry. But I think working in a place which is often assumed to be a single subject institution makes me realise that actually, whatever discipline we work in, it's far from a single subject. And that's what I love about art history. And I hope that that will come through today as we think about it in relation to literature and film and all sorts of other things. Because there are so many fascinating tentacles. And I think our departments are places to start from and places to connect from. And I'm really looking forward to doing that and pushing some boundaries and pushing at the edges of disciplines over the course of today. Just a couple of things that maybe are a little bit less interesting than some of those things that I'm looking forward to. Toilets, if you haven't been here before, there are toilets in various places of this building. It's a little bit hit and miss. If you go along the corridor here, you'll find one on this floor. But if you turn out of the lecture theatre, where am I? If you turn left and go up the stairs, then there are several by the common room upstairs, and that's worth knowing about, I think. We're not expecting a fire alarm today, so if one happens, we have to assume it's real. It probably won't be. Someone will probably have burnt a piece of toast or something. But we have to use the stairs, and we'll need to go down to the area outside of the front, the courtyard, the parking area. Okay. So if that happens, just calmly leave, and we'll make sure that we direct you to the stairs. There's a coffee break provided later today, isn't there? Tea and coffee this afternoon. If you're looking for lunch options in the area, there's lunch provided for speakers and chairs, I think. But if you're not speaking and you're looking for lunch options, then I would recommend either heading back up towards King's Cross. There's plenty along the sort of Pentonville Road kind of direction. There's a couple of things down in the local area. There's a decent Thai and various other things up the road. But Exmouth Market is also another good option. So there are places around. If you're not sure where to go, come and nab one of us, and we can give you some ideas. I think those are all the housekeeping type of things, unless anyone's got anything else that we should say. oh, that's the point, thank you, Rose. The day is being recorded, which is great because it means that we can look back at that, and it's a really nice opportunity, I think, to be able to point at something and say, well, watch this back. So that's lovely. It's one of the advantages that we have today, isn't it? And one of our speakers later is actually joining us online because unfortunately she's got COVID. She's feeling okay, but she's not going to come and spread germs with us, which is great. So, all these things that we can do in 2024 that maybe we wouldn't have dreamed of a few years back. So there's a few sort of little things to be navigated, but I'm sure we'll manage that. And thanks very much to the Research Forum team. I know Diego's around somewhere, it's been very busy in advance of today. So thank you for all that, and I hope it will all go smoothly, and plus, bear with us if it doesn't. So I've been really delighted to support this project, and I'll be very happy to help wrap it up later today as part of the panel. But what I'd really like to do now is to introduce Rose and Phoebe. Phoebe's lost her voice a little bit, so she's not going to do quite as much speaking as she might otherwise have done, and I'm really grateful to Laura, actually, I think. Is that right? You're going to do some, yeah, thank you. Who's going to chair in place of Phoebe. Laura is also a PhD student with us here. But I'll just tell you a little bit about Rose and Phoebe and then hand over to them to introduce the project a little bit more. So Rose Pickering is a third-year PhD candidate at the Courtauld. Her research explores a word-image connection between the artwork of Adrien Fix and Marcel Proust's novel À la recherche du temps perdu. She focuses on depictions of women. Studying Fix and Proust's contemporaries, the analysis compares both accounts of French modernity through their feminized verbal and visual language. With a BA in French language and literature from King's College London, which is a nice link, Rose's research is innately interdisciplinary, and she's particularly interested in the relationship between written word and visual culture in late 19th century France. Phoebe Day is also a final year PhD candidate here at Courtauld. The working title of her doctoral thesis is Under the Sign of Saturn, Giselle Freund's Photographs of Walter Benjamin at the Bibliothèque Nationale Reconsidered. In her thesis, Phoebe analyses these photographs of Benjamin through the lens of his and Freund's writing on photography. More broadly, Phoebe's research looks at the theory and practice of documentary photography and film in 20th century France. Prior to her doctorate, Phoebe completed a BA and an MPhil in art history at the University of Cambridge. So thank you both. I think we should give a round of applause to Rose and to Phoebe and just to the
Thank you very much, Caroline, for that lovely introduction. As Caroline said, Phoebe has lost her voice slightly, so I'm sorry to say you'll be hearing a lot from me. So hello everyone, and welcome to the Courtauld Institute of Art for today's conference, Word and Image, Making Connections Across Disciplines and Across Institutions. We are Phoebe Day and Rose Pickering, the organisers of the conference and final year art history PhD candidates at the Courtauld. Phoebe and I both began our PhDs at the Courtauld in autumn 2021, and we got to know each other through the weekly seminars that are part of the first year programme. We became aware at that time that our research interests overlap, particularly through our study of word and image, and we discussed the potential of organising an event together. Last year, when we were both heading into the final year of our PhDs, we decided it was time to turn our earlier musings into something more fruitful. With the support and help of Dr. Caroline Levitt and the Courtauld's Research Forum, we have managed to get our idea off the ground, and we welcome you all here today to discuss the relationship between word and image. At today's conference, we will hear from doctoral researchers and academics at the Courtauld and King's College London, whose research engages with word and image in many ways. This conference aims to transcend the study of history of art alone, appealing to multiple different disciplines. We hope that the event will foreground word and image not as distinct sites of interpretation, but as contrastable and comparable spaces of inquiry, striving to dismantle the long-standing hierarchy between written word and visual culture. Through the collaborative nature of word and image studies, we hope we have created an event that is not only interdisciplinary, but is cross-period, cross-department, and inter-institutional. The idea to bring together researchers from the Courtauld and King's College London, as Caroline said, was inspired by the announcement of the 10-year strategic relationship between the two universities in 2022. I myself undertook an undergraduate degree at KCL in French language and literature before coming to the Courtauld. I have experienced the environment of both universities firsthand, and for me, a conference that unites the two institutions via an innately interdisciplinary subject seemed instinctive. Whilst King's does not have an art history department, and the Courtauld does not have a literature department, there are many researchers at both institutions whose work is interdisciplinary and explores word-image relationships. Our conference hopes to contribute towards a new platform for working together between the Courtauld and all King's faculties. If you are interested, you can discover more on the relationship between the two universities and its many benefits on the Courtauld's website. I'm going to hand over to Phoebe, who's going to talk a little bit about her research.
The conference was also inspired by our shared research interests, as both of our doctoral theses explore networks of modern visual artists and writers. The working title of my doctoral thesis is Under the Sign of Saturn, Giselle Freud's photographs of Walter Benjamin in the Bibliothèque Nationale Reconsidered. My research focuses on the sequence of 10 photographs that the photographer Giselle Freud took of her friend and fellow German Jewish émigré Walter Benjamin in the Bibliothèque Nationale in Paris in 1937. From 1933 to 1935, Freud and Benjamin met almost every day at the Bibliothèque Nationale's premises on the Rue de Richelieu. She to work on her doctoral thesis on portrait photography in 19th century France, the first ever doctoral thesis on photography, and he to work on the Arcades project, his study of 19th century Paris. Freud completed her doctoral thesis in 1935, and Benjamin continued to work at the Bibliothèque Nationale alone. When Freud returned to the French National Library in 1937, she did so as a photographer. Julien Kahn, the Director General of the Bibliothèque Nationale, had commissioned her to take photographs of different Parisian libraries for an exhibition in libraries that he was organising as part of the 1937 Paris Exposition. In my doctoral thesis, I situate Freud's photographs of Benjamin in the context of her photographs of Parisian libraries, focusing particularly on the numerous photographs that Freud took of other readers in the Bibliothèque Nationale. I argue that Freud's photographs of Benjamin and other readers in the Bibliothèque Nationale were shaped by Freud's experience of working on her doctoral thesis there with Benjamin. I consider these photographs in the context of Freud's and Benjamin's writings on photography, which I argue testify to a dialogue on the medium that began at the Bibliothèque Nationale and extended beyond the walls of the library and after Freud finished her doctorate. Bearing in mind that Freud's and Benjamin's writing on photography are heavily influenced by Marxist thought and by their shared anti-fascist politics, I argue that Freud's photographs of Benjamin and other readers at the Bibliothèque Nationale are underpinned by an anti-fascist aesthetic. Further, I argue that because these photographs testify to the continued participation of two German Jewish exiles in intellectual life, they counteract the Nazis' attempts to exclude Jews from cultural and intellectual life, and to raise all traces of Jewish culture through the censorship and destruction of books. Thank you.
I'm just going to talk a little bit about my research as well. So the working title of my thesis is an exploration of Edouard Vuillard's representations of women through a comparison with Marcel Proust's À la recherche du temps perdu. By focusing on depictions of women, my project explores a word-image connection between the French artist Edouard Vuillard and Marcel Proust's novel that was published between the years 1913 and 1927. The majority of Vuillard's scholarship is strongly biographical in character, but throughout my thesis, I have come to understand that biography is of little use in the study of Vuillard and his representations. Vuillard kept many journals and wrote many letters. However, these sources are often reserved, and they ultimately provide little insight into the artist's personal thoughts and his relationships with women. With a few exceptions, Vuillard's scholarship leans on biographical material, often making assumptions about the artist's private life that are unsupported by concrete evidence. Through these assumptions, much of the traditional Vuillard literature offers unsubstantiated psychoanalytical claims about the artist and his work. I look instead to another method to explore the artist's output. It is Marcel Proust's novel, À la recherche du temps perdu, or In Search of Lost Time, that has become an important tool throughout my thesis. Above all, Proust's vast novel is concerned with the aspects of complex emotion, aiming to sieve through the minutiae of the narrator's experience, understanding it as something with infinite gradation. I do not use Proust's novel as any sort of psychoanalytic framework for Vuillard's artworks. Rather, I refer to it as a particular historical moment that balances on the turn of the 19th and 20th centuries in France, a moment that is also occupied by Vuillard. Informed by this historical moment, both Vuillard and Proust's worldview share a comparable lens, and I argue that when biography alone cannot resolve ambiguity, Proust's novel becomes an effective method with which to read Vuillard's artworks. Images of women in domestic spaces occur throughout the entirety of Vuillard's oeuvre, and women central throughout, bookend Proust's novel. My study aims to show how a comparison with Proust can clarify Vuillard's representations of women, and subsequently, the artist's attempts to reconcile the question of representing other people. My interdisciplinary study demonstrates how analyses of Vuillard's artworks can transcend the limited scope to which they are often confined, showing in turn how these images can shed light on the suppressed aspects of modernism, namely domesticity, and by extension, the female space. So today's conference will begin with 2 panels, each consisting of 4 20-minute papers given by doctoral researchers at the Courtauld and King's. The conference will end with a panel discussion with academics from both the Courtauld and King's. This panel will be chaired by Dr. Katherine Davies, who's Senior Lecturer and Head of the Art History Department at the Courtauld, and will feature Dr. Nicholas Helm-Grobas from KCL, Dr. Angel Luke O'Donnell, also from KCL, and Professor Alex Bowdry from the Courtauld. We hope that this interactive and collaborative format will highlight a broader range of perspectives on and approaches towards word and image relations. On that note, there will be plenty of opportunities today for attendees to participate in the conference, discuss their own research, and network with other participants. We encourage attendees to ask questions in the Q&A sessions that will follow each of the 3 panels. Thinking to the future, we hope that this event might lead to an annual conference that will bring together researchers from both the Courtauld and KCL, or perhaps even a panel at the annual Association for Art History conference. The conference could also provide an opportunity to establish a regular word and image reading group between colleagues at all levels from King's and the Courtauld. We welcome your ideas on how we might continue to work together in this way. Before we begin our panels, we have to thank some important people. Today's conference could not have taken place without the hard work of a number of people. Firstly, we would like to thank the PhD students and academics from the Courtauld and King's who are participating in today's conference. We also have to thank Dr. Katherine Davies for her help and support in organising the conference and for chairing on and participating in the final panel today. We would also like to thank Diego, Leila and Grace from the Courtauld's Research Forum for their expertise and hard work in organising and publicising the conference. We would like to thank the student event and digital assistants from the Courtauld who are also helping us today. We also have a slight change to the programme, with Laura Fagan chairing the first panel and I will be chairing the second panel, so thanks very much to Laura for stepping in at the last minute. Rachel Alden from panel 1 will also be presenting online today, as Caroline mentioned. We hope if we can get all the technical aspects in place. She will present right before lunch with a short Q&A straight after her paper. Finally, we would like to thank all the audience members for joining us here today. And without further ado, let's begin our first panel. So, our first speaker is Katherine Davies from the Courtauld. The title of Katherine's paper is "It Will Strike the Deceitful Heart with Trembling, Reading into the Spiritual Soul in Benito Arias Montano's Humanae Salutis Monumenta." Katherine Davies is a third-year PhD candidate in art history at the Courtauld. Her research considers monstrous embodiment in the print culture of late 16th century Antwerp, particularly in relation to portrayals of the demonic creature during a period of immense religious upheaval. She utilises post-human methodologies in her work, aiming to draw forth incorporated meaning from the non-normative bodies found in polemical broadsheets, single sheet prints, and illustrated printed books. So, welcome, Katherine.
Many thanks, Rose, and again, thank you so much to both yourself and to Phoebe for organising this wonderful event. I'm very happy to be kicking us off. I'm also a little bit croaky with my voice today, so apologies for that, and hopefully I'll make it through the full 20 minutes. My paper today considers a case study from a chapter of my thesis, dealing with the visual language of monstrosity and the embodiment of sin in early modern religious emblem books. In line with the theme of this conference, my analysis considers how verse and image interact in the guidebook to encourage contemplation on the spirit and ultimately produce impactful moral lessons. In 1568, Benito Arias Montano, the cleric and chaplain to Philip II of Spain, arrived in the city of Antwerp in the Low Countries, which was ruled by the Catholic Spanish Habsburgs. A renowned scholar, Arias Montano had been sent to Antwerp to supervise the production of Christoph Plantin's polyglot Bible. Arias Montano was a trusted member of the Habsburg court, convinced of maintaining the established tenets of Catholic worship, but he also engaged with more reformed approaches to religious teaching. He recognized the need for the Catholic Church to reassess its approach to education, which had become more pressing in light of the iconoclastic destruction that had swept through the Low Countries in 1566 as a result of the Protestant Reformation. He was particularly interested in the well-being of the individual's soul. It was in this vein that, in 1571, Arias Montano published the first in a pioneering genre of devotional emblem books during his stay in Antwerp. This book was entitled The Humanae Salutis Monumenta, or The Monuments on Human Salvation, and was published by Christoph Plantin. Until this moment, the emblem book had been a largely secular genre. Rare book historian Karen Bowen has considered how the publication of Arias Montano's first religious emblem book, quote, represents a new type of devout, theological, emblematic text that would soon be imitated by others, end quote. The innovative decision to employ an emblem book format was due to Arias Montano's belief that literary and artistic beauty could encourage the lay reader to contemplate religious topics in what Walter Melian has described as a meditative art. This book combines 70 detailed engravings with intellectually challenging Latin verses to provide a visual retelling of Old and New Testament biblical narratives. Christoph Plantin employed the renowned designer Pieter van der Voort to compose the aesthetically pleasing imagery. As can be seen in this example depicting the curse of the serpent in the Garden of Eden, some books in the 1571 edition were also issued with an embellished border designed by Peter House, making the publication a more luxurious item. As Karen Bowen and Dirk Imhoff have demonstrated, this expensive product was likely produced for the scholarly elite. This intended audience could not only afford to buy such a technically accomplished publication, but also possess the education required to comprehend the artistic quality and rhetorical skill on display. Conventionally, the 16th century pictorial emblem presented the beholder with an intellectual challenge. In his discussion of the constituent parts of the emblem, Martin Lyons has considered how the image, its meaning intentionally indefinite, was then complemented by a textual caption in order to draw forth hidden knowledge. This paper will consider how this publication uses a collaboration between word and image to allow the author to dwell on religious readings that are not immediately self-evident in the imagery or are invisible to the eye. These emblems do not simply aim to teach correct doctrine, but employ the appeal of intellectual enticement to engage the reader in the process of revealing these hidden truths. The focus of this paper will be the final engraving in the Monuments on Human Salvation, the Day of Judgment, which is shown on the screen. On the recto of the previous page is a 24-line Latin ode composed by Arias Montano to accompany the print. In the Bible, the Gospel of Matthew states that on the Day of Judgment, the Son of Man will sit upon the throne of his glory, and before him shall be gathered all the nations. And he shall separate them one from another, as a shepherd divideth his sheep from the goats. He shall set the sheep on his right hand, but the goats on the left. The Gospel goes on to narrate how the righteous are given eternal life, whilst the cursed will descend to hell. The image in the emblem book similarly shows Christ suspended above the world with hordes of human souls gathered below him. To make clear the division between saved and damned souls, on Christ's left side, which is the viewer's right side, those committed to hell are indicated by the presence of demons, who seize a man and a woman. In another reference to the Gospel, these creatures share physical characteristics with the goat. They each have two horns on their heads, with large tufted ears. Their legs are covered in fur, and they have hooves for feet. One of the demons even has a reptilian tail seen between its hooves, providing a reference to the serpent in the Garden of Eden. Invoking elements of the goat and serpent were a common means of depicting demons or the devil in this period because of the biblical associations of these animals with sin. In my thesis, I contend that this is not simply a convenient motif, but that these iterations of the demonic form have more specific meaning depending on their context. For example, demons were also often depicted with bat-like wings. This feature is particularly useful when the demon is in the background of a composition, as it is an obvious physical marker when seen from a distance. This depiction of the Judgment Day, which features in another of Arius Montano's emblem books, published in 1573, shows a demon with wings ushering souls towards hell. In fact, demons usually reside in the background of these judgment scenes. It is significant, I believe, that Van der Vogt pulls these demonic forms to the foreground of his composition and does not choose to include eye-catching elements such as large wings. He instead focuses on the human qualities of the demon, its recognizable facial structure, upright posture, and similar scale to the other humans, which initiates a closer comparison with the figures surrounding it. Compared to more normative human embodiment, Compared to more normal human embodiment, the demon becomes a visual representation of embodied corruption. Its external human foundation is giving way in the process of being overcome with sinful animalistic traits, which push out from a tainted internal core. Alongside their monstrous embodiment, the prominent placing of the demons functions to make the horrors of eternal damnation more immediate. Engaging with the text accompanying the image further demonstrates how this cautionary lesson is conveyed. And for the sake of time, I won't cover the whole verse today, but we'll pick out relevant lines which elucidate the reading of the imagery. To provide an impactful message, Arius Montano's verse enhances the potency of the narrative. He removes the experience of the imagery from a solely static visual plane by engaging with the senses, dwelling on the audible aspects of the scene. In the image, the presence of the demon capturing the man on the right causes him to cry out, his face distorted in anger. This parallels the line, but in that other place one hears disgusting groans and repeated lamentations, which describes the horrifying sounds of torture. The demons also have gaping, contorted mouths, which are grotesque in appearance. Arius Montano discusses the horde of the raging demon. This notion of raging or wildness highlights once again the animalistic nature of the creature's appearance, suggesting that screeching or howling could be emanating from their mouths. Furthermore, the stipulation in the text that these two noises are mixed together conveys a sense of entanglement, the inescapable fate of damnation. This is paralleled in the image by the physical entwinement of the demons with their human captives. It is hard to determine where one demonic body ends and a human one begins. This evokes the sense of a complete submergence in hell. The heightened sensory engagement involves the viewer holistically, removing them simply from the experience of viewing the image from afar, and fosters a fuller immersion in the scene. Arius Montano also plays with the experience of temporality between image and text. The engraving shows the fires of hell in the far distance, barely perceptible to the viewer. To enhance the threat of perpetual torment, Arius Montano's verse preempts the experience of sinners in hell, predicting how fires will consume them in an eternal blaze and how new pain is always added to their punishment. This temporal slippage functions to pull the most frightening experiences closer to the viewer's attention before they have even occurred in the image. This perpetual suffering is contrasted again with the description of heaven that comes before it in the text, the sweet sustenance and certain gladness. Arius Montano's text leaves to the imagination what the new pain that is constantly inflicted will be. Again, the prominent placement of the demons becomes significant. The reader might start to consider what pain and suffering they have the potential to inflict with their clawed hands and horned heads. Arius Montano's verse can help to extend the impact of their visual monstrosity into dynamic, aggressive action, generating a more visceral and physical impact on the beholder. These readings, encouraged by the text, dwell on heightening the sensory reaction to the scene depicted in the engraving. The verse can also function to interrogate the interaction between the demonic figures and the humans within the imagery, drawing out what lies within the image, rather than relying on its surface-level appearance. On viewing this print, the beholder is quickly drawn to the repulsive appearance of the demons and how they have ensnared humans in their grasp. The demons are therefore immediately read as a threat to humankind. A direct visual comparison between human and demonic embodiment is generated by the juxtaposition of the faces of the woman and her demonic captor, which are tilted in the same direction. She appears as an idealized example of humanity, with a comparison made between her distressed expression and furrowed brow and the demon's grotesque, almost eager features. The placement of the creature's clawed hand on her waist also suggests a potential gendered reading for the composition. The naked woman, with hair unbound, being captured by a demon, was a motif used again in a later emblem book produced by Arias Montano in 1573. Both of these engravings contrast a female-presenting human with a bestial, hypermasculine approach to representing the demonic form, where the creature holds the woman in a position suggestive of possession and domination. What could be perceived here is a binary dynamic between corrupted and untainted humanity, or diabolical authority versus vulnerable mortality. Whether or not the likely male beholder of this emblem book decided to take this gendered reading into account, fundamentally the viewer's first response will be to react with horror towards the demon and likely empathise with the more susceptible human figure. It is this instinctual reaction to horrifying embodiment and behaviour which might lure the reader into the false belief that the demons are the ultimate threat in this scenario. But this is not a true indication of which figures in this imagery are sinful. This is the day of judgment, where human souls are separated between the saved and the damned. The state of the soul is not something that can be conveyed in the visual plane because it resides within the body. All of the humans in this image appear the same, as they would do in reality. We therefore become reliant on the verse to provide the distinction between the identical pious and damned human figures in the imagery. Martin Lyons' notion that the emblem contains hidden knowledge that needs to be drawn out can be paralleled with processes of revelation in Christianity. Walter Melian, too, has interpreted the spiritual meditation encouraged by the monuments on human salvation as linked to divine mystery. A process of interrogation and exposure is stimulated by Arias Montano's verse, which attempts to strip back layers of the imagery and reveal the spirit beneath. The key to this interpretation is the fourth line of the verse. Referring back to the Day of Judgment itself, Arias Montano states that it will strike the deceitful heart with trembling. This descriptive line dwells on the interiority of spiritual corruption. Those that are sinful might maintain the outward appearance of goodness, but within they will be terrified at the prospect of judgment. Although we cannot see the pounding hearts of the man and the woman who have been grasped by demons, the text has made this dimension of the imagery available to us. We now know that their unassuming human appearance is a deceiving, fleshly facade. The man who shouts out is perhaps doing so in fear and desperation as well as in anger. The binary between the idealized human form and the horrifying demon dissolves as the reader realizes that the internal sinfulness of these humans actually aligns them with the animalistic demons, whose embodiment is a visual representation of human corruption. The Gospel of Matthew referred to Christ dividing the sheep from the goats. Although the hybrid demons are the obvious visual reference to the goats here, it becomes clear that their physical entwinement with the man and woman does not simply indicate by proxy that these humans are sinful, but attempts to point directly to the humans' corrupted souls in comparison rather than in contrast, noting that in essence they are one and the same. Arias Montano's verse thus guides the viewer into an interpretation of the imagery, encouraging them to relish in the process of discovering more than what they can initially see. The ambiguous nature of human embodiment produces a warning as well as a lesson, the need to question the visibility of truth. Because a pious and a damned human look alike, Van der Borcht's imagery is limited in the extent to which it can convey this contrast whilst also maintaining a visible difference between the humans and the demons. But the textual freedom provided by the format of the emblem book allows Arias Montano to step away from the defined wording of biblical scripture and explain this difference as one that is internal. Perhaps also implied here is the possibility that the sinful human can be redeemed before reaching the judgment day. The hidden nature of the heart within the body indicates the control that the individual can exert over it. The lesson presented, therefore, encourages introspection and self-examination, imploring the reader not to become the sinner with a heart quivering in fear. In 1581, Christophe Plantin published a third edition of the Humana Salutis Monumenta. It has been assumed that the original verses written by Arias Montano were simply republished in this edition, and for the most part they were. However, a small but significant change appears in the verse accompanying the Day of Judgment engraving in the 1581 edition. While the rest of the verse remains the same, one important line is rewritten. In 1571, the fourth line of the verse declares that judgment will strike the deceitful heart with trembling. In 1581, the Day of Judgment is now referred to as often declared by the threatening voice of the prophets. The reason for this change requires more research, but an initial indication would suggest that it reflects the confessional climate in which the emblem book was republished. Antwerp was ruled by Catholic Spanish Habsburgs until 1579, when the city joined the Union of Utrecht and became the front line of the Dutch revolt. During this period of religious tolerance, the city authorities became largely Calvinist, and it became more difficult for printers to publish Catholic material. The new line that is inserted in 1581, by calling on the decree of the prophets, dwells on the significance of the word, which was central to Protestant doctrine. It also refers back to biblical scriptural authority. This is in sharp contrast to the 1571 reading, which considers the internal practice of faith, and perhaps by its invocation of the heart, suggests that more could have been done by the sinner to achieve salvation. The idea that good works of charity or love would lead to salvation would also contradict the Protestant notion of sola fide, or justification by faith alone, which asserts that a truly held faith in God leads to salvation, rather than the extent of one's sin. The implication for the reading of the imagery is significant. There is no other line in the verse which asks the beholder to acknowledge the well-being of the soul. The descriptions of heaven and hell remain impactful and might be enough to encourage the reader to strive for a pious lifestyle. But the concept of a highly personal experience of faith and the internal nature of spiritual security or corruption is removed. The humans in the image all retain their ambiguous embodiment, and it becomes harder to deconstruct the visual dichotomy between them and the monstrous demons. The humans also become distanced from the beholder as a result. We are no longer given access to what it might feel like to stand on the precipice of damnation. This example aims to demonstrate that the smallest change in a textual caption can have a significant impact on the reading of an image. The ability to repurpose this emblem within the climate of the Reformation speaks to the malleability of the imagery, but also to the vital interaction between image and text. A change to just one of these sites of knowledge upends the interpretive approach. It is not only the moral lesson that is impacted by this shift, but also the intellectual challenge presented by an item that holds scholarly as well as religious interest to its audience. The appealing, revelatory aspect of the word-image interaction is lessened in this later edition, but even in the 1571 edition, it is not a given that the beholder will locate it. Ultimately, a vital part of the engagement between the book and its reader is the quest for the mysterious lesson. And this hidden kernel of knowledge only becomes apparent when image and text are considered in parallel. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Katherine. Our next speaker is Christian Keller from King's College London, and the title of his paper is Gagging the Open Mouth, How 18th Century German Aesthetic Theory Dictated the Laws of Portraiture. Christian Keller completed his MA at King's, and he is currently participating in a joint PhD program between KCL and Humboldt Universität in Berlin. Christian is managing editor of the Austrian performing arts magazine Gift, and he works for the European Association of Independent Performing Arts. So welcome, Christian.
First off, I'd also like to thank Rose and Phoebe for organising this brilliant event, and also to Diego, who isn't here, but the research firm who helped me with my travel and accommodation arrangements. So thank you to all of you. It's great to be here. Speaking, singing, yelling, screaming, coughing, heavy breathing, throat clearing, crying, eating, laughing. Among many others, these acts come to mind if one thinks about the disposition of an open mouth. These are all transitory guises of this apparatus placed between the tip of the nose and the chin, and they concurrently affect the adjacent features and overall motricity of the face. They widen the eyes, flare the nostrils, lengthen the mouth, and mobilize the skin in a common exercise of all the organs at once. By means of these acts, the human body is able to enter into direct contact and communication with its surroundings. The open mouth, thus, establishes itself as a place of exchange, an embouchure, an outlet as well as an inlet, which absorbs and releases, consumes and produces in equal measure. In short, the image of an open mouth represents the body's interior and its relation to the exterior world. However common or natural these acts of an open mouth might be to a live human body, though over the course of time still depictions of the open mouth have sparked major debates about the role of truthful representation of human character, especially in genres like painting, sculpture, and photography. Today, I want to address one specific era in which aesthetic theorists saw the distilled depiction of the open mouth as a threat to their ethical conceptions of human nature. I'll be talking about the age of German aesthetic rationalism. And I also intend to suggest how these century-old aesthetic judgments might continue to inform our opinion of what a truthful, pictorial, sculptural, or photographic representation of human character should look like. Because framing a live subject by means of an inanimate, static, and still portrayal raises not only the question of individual human character, but of the essence of humanity. Any aesthetic theory curtailing or allowing still depictions of the open mouth thus relates back to an ontological definition of humankind. It all starts with the birth of German aesthetic rationalism and the advent of the neoclassicist idealization of Greek antiquity, because both are parent to Johann Joachim Winckelmann's 1755 seminal work, Thoughts on the Imitation of Greek Works in Painting and Sculpture. And it was the analysis of the world-famous Laocoon group embedded in these thoughts which first sparked a major debate about depictions of the open mouth in modern times. Deeply indebted to a rationalist tradition, after all, Winckelmann's professor at university had been none other than Alexander Gottlieb Baumgarten, the so-called father of rationalist aesthetics. Winckelmann believed in beauty and perfection as the utmost expressions of the arts. And per rationalist tradition, these qualities were graspable, per deducible a priori laws, and could be expressed in a general mathematical understanding of proportionality. In fact, Winckelmann did not differentiate between beauty and perfection. For him, beauty was only the utmost expression of perfection. His view was that real beauty has no abrupt or broken parts and could only be portrayed by an unbroken silhouette. Winckelmann therefore inherited what has since, in art historical terms, been coined the burden of Renaissance, a concept of the ideal artwork based on the implementation of a complete, proportionate, and harmonious human figure. In accordance with another element of the Enlightenment period, the common belief that there is a fixed, constant, and definite human nature, Winckelmann's analysis of the Laocoon group therefore drew the conclusion that the most sought-after characteristics to portray human nature would be, quote, noble simplicity and sedate grandeur in gesture and expression, end of quote. So Winckelmann went on to attribute those features to the face of the statue portraying Laocoon's last struggle and death throes. Winckelmann did not see any violence, either in the face or gesture of Laocoon, but he regarded his mouth only as, quote, open to discharge an anxious, overloaded groan, end of quote. Laocoon therefore suffers, but he suffers with a hero's strength to support his misery. According to Winckelmann, Laocoon's expression thus reveals only composure, dignity, and moderation as death approaches. This way, his analysis made the normative claim that repose, tranquility, and serenity should be the underlying principles of any portrayal of the human character. If the artists were to follow this rule, then they would be on the surest path toward the perfect and beautiful imitation of the true and definite human nature. And as a result, Winckelmann also began to set limitations on the depictions of facial expressions, most prominently on parenthesis, which is the exaggerated and inappropriate expression of pathos. This formulation primarily meant an attack on Baroque art, and in particular on Bernini as its utmost representative. Not only did Winckelmann call Bernini a Kunstverderber, a corrupter of the arts, but the letter's rendering of the ecstasy of Saint Teresa symbolized everything Winckelmann abhorred. Saint Teresa's upward turned head, closed eyes, and open mouth represented the late Baroque infatuation with pathos and its orientation towards the transcendent qualities of spirituality. By contrast, Winckelmann was a rationalist who did not heed notions of divine revelation but only rational reflection, neatly situated within a worldly aesthetic. He wanted the arts to illustrate essential human dignity, even in the midst of the worst horrors life has to offer. His emphasis was on the artwork's need to exceed mere pleasure for the eye and to be, quote, impregnated with reason. The ecstatic mouth of Saint Teresa, the mouth in parenthesis, therefore completely contradicted Winckelmann's ethical and aesthetic values. Whereas the open mouth of Laocoon was embedded in sedate grandeur, Saint Teresa's central opening of the lips meant total degeneracy, loss of decorum and etiquette. The opposition was thus quite apparent. While medieval and even Baroque culture had seen the body as a universal theatre of birth, copulation, and death based on Galen's four humours, Winckelmann stuck to the Renaissance ideal of dignified and rationalist ways of conduct. In opposition to what Michael Bachtin has since labelled the grotesque body, a body in which the mouth and the anus are the parts through which the world enters to be swallowed up, Winckelmann was devoted to a new bodily canon, which presented the body from the outside as a closed, smooth, and impenetrable figure. And it also restricted this canon, it also restricted the body's conduct. It introduced a new canon of behavior. Again, Bachtin's description of this new rationalist era in Rabelais and his world captures this quite adequately. Quote, good education demands to eat without loud chewing, not to snort and pant, to keep the mouth shut. In other words, to close up and limit the body's confines and to smooth the bulges, end of quote. In wake of the Renaissance formulation, Winckelmann's rationalist ideal of body symbolism was therefore one of a bourgeois hierarchy of the body. It privileged the head over the lower bodily parts. Accordingly, the representation of the open mouth signaled a moment of unself-consciousness, which would only result in a dehumanizing effect. Winckelmann's analysis of the Laocoon group therefore represented an ethics statement as well as an aesthetic one. Tranquility of soul, human self-sufficiency, these had been the ideal expressions of Renaissance humanism, and only virtue in terms of moderation was the expression of human nature deemed appropriate by Winckelmann. But this isn't only where the debate concerning the moral depths of depictions of the open mouth got started, because another German writer of the Enlightenment era, Courtauld and Lessing, also picked up the rationalist agenda. In direct response to Winckelmann, Lessing reaffirmed the setting of limitations on pictorial representations of the open mouth in his 1766 treatise Laocoon, an essay upon the limits of painting and poetry. Lessing continuously insisted on the artwork's final object, to arouse pleasure in the spectator. But pleasure was always connected to the sensation of perceiving beauty and perfection, and this was something the still depiction of an open mouth was incapable of doing. In his Laocoon text, Lessing states that not even the most inferior of masters had dared to, quote, make the wildest barbarian open his mouth to scream, even though in mortal terror of his enemy's sword, end of quote. He therefore also labeled parenthesis a prime offense to the pictorial depiction of human characters. Indeed, Lessing felt so utterly repulsed by the stasis of the open mouth that he even devised a new concept of aesthetics. The entirety of Lessing's notorious separation of the arts into temporal and spatial arts can be said to be the result of his intolerance of painting to portray such a transitory appearance as the open mouth. Since this single moment would receive such an unchanging duration, painting should therefore express nothing essentially ugly in form. He only approved of such a representation as long as it was within the practice of temporal arts, such as poetry and drama, because there, quote, the ugliness of form loses its disagreeable effect almost entirely by the successive enumeration of its coexistent parts, end of quote. For this reason, he claimed there need not be any detailed descriptions of physical beauty in literature, whereas painting should be entirely dedicated to a beautiful depiction. A fine example of Lessing's use of this semiotic theory is his critique of Georg Friedrich Schmidt's 1750 portrait of the physician and philosopher Julien Offray de la Métrie, which exhibits a slightly open mouth, a laugh. Lessing claimed this open mouth would only show a laugh at first glance. Looked at again, it would inevitably reveal a grimace of the worst sort. Driven by the rationalist emphasis on beauty, Lessing therefore rejected any form of excessive emotional pathos in painting. But he also understood the smile as a depiction of a temporal succession. It displayed something essentially transitory, an action and its culmination. Hence, Lessing's division of the arts concluded the rationalist debate about the depiction of an open mouth with the following words. The simple opening of the mouth, apart from the violent and repulsive contortions it causes in the other parts of the face, is a blot on a painting and a cavity in a statue productive of the worst possible effect. Following their publications, Winckelmann's thoughts, as well as Lessing's Laocoon, became not only highly celebrated pieces of aesthetic judgment, but also ethical principles of the epoch. Especially Winckelmann's aesthetic verdicts were passed on throughout the following decades and centuries, as he came to be and has since been heralded by many as a father figure of modern European art history. Even in 1953, American art historian John Ives Sewell, author of the encyclopedic A History of Western Art, still remarked that Winckelmann's critical estimates had become, as he put it, part of our folklore. To quote Sewell, "The man in the street who has never heard of Winckelmann nevertheless quotes him if asked to express an opinion about art. No other art historian has had a comparable influence upon European taste." End of quote. Consequently, still depictions of the open mouth were pushed to the margins, and as a result, in particular in European countries with a more protective attitude to class, the open mouth as an aesthetic depiction was unequivocally reserved for the poor, the lewd, the corrupt, the drunk, the innocent, and the entertainers. A great example for this general European understanding of depictions of the open mouth is William Hogarth, who, despite his affection for the smile in his analysis of beauty, also only employed the face in extreme contour for representations of the poor, corrupt, the drunk. As he stated himself, the lines that form a pleasing smile about the corners of the mouth have gentle windings, but lose their beauty in the full laugh, as the expression of excessive laughter, oftener than any other, gives a sensible face a silly or disagreeable look. Only artifacts of popular culture not considered part of the fine arts, like satire and caricature, therefore enjoyed the freedom to keep on portraying the so-called grotesque features of the open mouth. And while it may be true that we can find some depictions of laughter in the fine arts of the late 18th century, like Hogarth's very own portrait of the Graham children, where the young Richard laughs with pleasure as he torments the unfortunate caged bird with his musical box, this playful informality was again only permitted in portraits depicting the innocent, the poor, the corrupt, and the drunk. Charles Dickens' character Miss La Creevy, a portrait painter in his 1838 Nicholas Nickleby, even attests to this societal curtailing of the open mouth almost a century later. In fact, there are only two styles of portrait painting, the serious and the smirk. And we always use the serious for professional people, except actors sometimes, and the smirk for private ladies and gentlemen who don't care so much about looking clever. So while earlier artists, especially those of the Dutch Golden Age or the Caravaggesque movement, had been unapologetic in their pursuit of depicting people as they are, visually embalming them mid-laughter or in heated moments of oral exchange, the turn of the 18th century suddenly saw a rising antipathy toward any painterly expression of the open mouth. In fact, just 60 years after Caravaggio's passing, Italian art critic Giovan Pietro Bellori had already called out Caravaggio's naturalist style as one that only allows, quote, to imitate forms which were vulgar and lacking in beauty, end of quote. But it was down to the neoclassicist judgments instigated by Winckelmann and Lessing that this sentiment persisted throughout the centuries. Case in point, if we look at 19th and 20th century art critics John Ruskin and Roger Fry, we can still see that these aesthetic judgments held true in their time. Because both art critics viewed the naturalist depictions of Caravaggio with the same distaste as their earlier counterpart Bellori. For Ruskin and Fry, Caravaggio's scenes of drinking, gambling, and music playing that heavily feature all sorts of open mouths were synonymous with vulgarity, dullness, and or impiety. These art theorists thus reiterated a rationalist rationale which only saw beauty and perfection as art's purpose and excluded any depiction of a deformed or bad person. So while Ruskin might not have shared Winckelmann's and Lessing's infatuation with Greek culture, he still inherited their stance toward anything displaying an overemphasis of strong or raw emotions in art. Everywhere Ruskin equated the good with the beautiful and condemned any depiction of vulgarity or imperfection. To quote academics Heather McAlpin and James Diedrich, for Ruskin, a key marker of the ignoble grotesque is its reliance on orality. So he also posits the association of aesthetic and cultural degradation with the excesses of the body. End of quote. It might therefore not be a surprise that 20th century figurative art was still seen to be struggling with the abyss an open mouth presents in the representation of human characters. Indeed, in 21st century cultural debates, philosophers like Jean-Luc Nancy continued to deem configurations of the open mouth an attack on the human portrait. In his book, The Birth to Presence, Nancy writes, "Laughter is the explosion of painting. the unpainted essence of painting as presentation of a presence in its own disappearance. Not only does the portrait disappear in the wide mouth of laughter, but painting itself withdraws as it offers itself absolutely. This connects with another 20th century French philosopher, Gilles Deleuze, and his thoughts in his book on British figurative painter Francis Bacon. Bacon himself had already stated with regard to his study after Velasquez's portrait of Pope Innocent X that he, quote, wanted to paint the scream more than the horror, end of quote, as if to demonstrate a resistance and rebellion against the limitations inherited from the 18th century ethical canon of human representation. But it is the French theorist Deleuze who explicitly posits that, quote, the scream, Bacon's scream, is the operation through which the entire body escapes through the mouth, end of quote. The open mouth in Deleuze's rhetorical register is thus a shadowy abyss, which turns the figure into a head without a face. In the parlance of Winckelmann, the beauty of the human silhouette is thus broken, and Deleuze almost seems to be paraphrasing Lessing's verdict of the open mouth as a blot on a painting when he says himself, quote, it is as if, in the midst of the figurative and probabilistic givens, a catastrophe overcame the canvas, end of quote. The pictorial phenomenon of the open mouth might therefore be read as the opening of an abyss in representability. For when even 21st century aesthetic theorists still seem to view the open mouth as an explosion of painting and a catastrophe on the canvas, this only comes to show the lasting impact of those early aesthetic judgments of the 18th century. Perhaps this might also be one reason why history still holds dear only one photograph of US President Abraham Lincoln, even though there's a whole reservoir of smiles to be found in the photographs of the Civil War president. It is the one taken by Alexander Gardner that shows a stern, pensive, and almost scowling countenance which all kinds of historical and contemporary encyclopedias continue to employ. In fact, when we skim the official portrait catalogue of US presidents, it takes us all the way up to the 1960s and JF Kennedy to find the first official portrait featuring a smile. As American author and contemporary of Abraham Lincoln, Mark Twain was recorded as saying, "There's nothing more damning to go down to posterity than a silly, foolish smile caught and fixed forever." It does seem the open mouth still exceeds the realms of what we consider true human character. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Christian. That's fascinating. Our next speaker is Masaki Marish from KCL, whose paper is entitled Robert Louis Stevenson's Gothic Impression and Japanese Art. Masaki is a first-year PhD candidate in the English department at King's, whose doctoral research project explores visions in the writings of Robert Louis Stevenson, focusing on the themes of impressionism, light, and colour. Masaki's previous research has focused on the relationship of Stevenson's writings to Japan, and prior to his doctorate, Masaki studied at Keller University in Japan and taught for several years as a part-time university lecturer.
Wonderful.
Yeah, sorry, we're switching. Of course, Rachel's presenting online, so we're switching.
Thank you. Thank you for introducing me. I'm really honored to be here. To be honest, I have a lot of things to introduce about myself, but time is gold, so let me cut to the chase, please. Thank you. In the late Victorian era, when realism reached its culmination, Robert Louis Stevenson, the author of Treasure Island and the strange case of Dr. Jekyll and Mr. Hyde, was different. In his 1883 letter to Arthur Trevor Haddon, Stevenson expresses his antagonism to realism. He writes, "Beware of realism, it is a devil." His radical advice to Haddon expresses that Stevenson viewed realism as a common vice, which was rampant in both literature and painting. In his essay, A Note on Realism, Stevenson presents his insight into the literary mainstream of his age, when detail had fallen into a merely technical and decorative stage. He also mentions the wiser or more timid begin to aspire after general lightening of this baggage of detail. In other words, an artist must omit what's tedious or irrelevant. In 1884, Stevenson's another essay, A Humble Remonstrance, clarifies his idea that fiction is neither a transcript of life nor to be judged by its exactitude, but to stand or fall by its significant simplicity. It was this simplicity that would be crucial in his literary style. Then, how could Stevenson break away from realism in such a so-called era of realism? To answer this question, we need to focus on his younger days in the 1870s, because it was the 1880s that these essays and letters were written and Stevenson's reputation as a writer was established. But actually, he was interested in art, especially Japanese art, before his literary success. In this presentation, I would like to explore the impact of Japanese art on Robert Louis Stevenson's practice and theory. In October 1874, Stevenson wrote a letter to his cousin called Bob and showed his great interest in Japanese art. Stevenson attributes his fascination with Japanese art to a magnificent decorative design as the first, and colors which are really fun as the second. Japanism swept through Europe in those days, so the Japanese art must be ukiyo-e, Japanese woodblock prints. The brilliance of vivid colors fascinated Stevenson, as shown by his frequent remarks about colors. What is more important here is that the vivid colors in ukiyo-e are neither imitative nor what you call realistic, but quite imaginative. This demonstrates that a sign of his critical attitude toward realism can be already confirmed as early as the first half of the 1870s. According to an art critic Sidney Colman's recollection, it is likely that Stevenson observed the ukiyo-e works of Utagawa Hiroshige and Utagawa Teokuni, both of whom were a prominent ukiyo-e artists. Stevenson corresponded with Bob and Colman on Japanese art in 1874. Oh, speaking of 1874, what event happened? Yeah, exactly. Of course, the so-called first Impressionist exhibition was held in Paris. Many Impressionist and post-Impressionist artists developed their innovative artistic styles by incorporating some characteristics of Japanese art, such as bold compositions, vivid colors, and the freedom from excessive detail. In particular, French Impressionist painter Claude Monet is a good example for this, but I don't think I need to explain about it in detail because there are a lot of experts of painting here today. So let me mention a little bit, please. La Japonaise depicts Monet's wife Camille in a red kimono and many colorful Japanese fans at the back. It exemplifies his fascination with Japanese art and culture, along with Water Garden with a Japanese-style footbridge in Giverny. And you must have watched this painting. And where? Right, sorry. Yeah, this is Monet's Antibes at the Courtauld. I borrowed it. And there's a compositional similarity between Antibes and Katsushika Hokusai's ukiyo-e work. Both works place the trees as a foreground to express the perspective of the scene effectively, which is a common technique in ukiyo-e art or Japanese art. The Same can be said for Hiroshige's work. These demonstrate the impact of Japanese art on Monet's artistic style. In this way, so as Richard here points out, Stevenson shares the artistic zeitgeist with impressionists or contemporary cutting-edge painters. Stevenson's analytical perspective on Japanese art cultivated during the 1870s became more evident in his essay, By Way of Book Illustration. He expounds, the Oriental addresses himself singly to the eye, seeking at the same time the maximum of effect and the minimum of detail. These aesthetic features of Japanese art resonate with Stevenson's literary theory, such as the glorification of simplicity, the refrain from excessive detail, or the denial of imitation of life. The fact that his writings on Japanese art were written before his his essays on novels makes it hard to discuss the literary theory without the influence of Japanese art. So, in examining how Stevenson's literary theory is practiced in his fiction, Jekyll and Hyde is the best material for analysis because it provides pictorial description of London scenery. The London folks were a serious social problem in the late 19th century. According to Christine Courtauld and Jessie Taylor, the mixture of natural mist and smoke emanating from houses, factories, and railways gave rise to a monstrous fog known as king fog. In November 1880, John Tennant's illustration, Old King Cole and Fog Demon, visualizes the long-standing neglect of the issue and its subsequent peak. The Old King's Cup, here, it's too tiny, inscribed carbon acid, represents our chimney, and his pipe as well as the cup releases industrial fog demon. The reason why one of the folks in Jekyll and Hyde has a dark poisonous color, as brown as amber, can be understood as a reflection of this reality. However, Stevenson's contemporary paintings reveal that his folks are not a realistic representation of the king folk. Study of Westminster Bridge by an Italian impressionist painter, Giuseppe De Nittis, places the bridge as the center of composition and makes London cityscape as dark so obscure with fogs and clouds as to conceal the detail. James McNeill Whistler, an American painter who worked in the same period as impressionist painters, created a series of paintings entitled Nocturne. He depicts foggy London scenery in an abstract manner with distinctive colors. Monet also created many paintings of foggy London scenery. The shared characteristics of these painters are their influence of Japanism and abstract approach to painting that eschews excessive detail. The folks described in Jekyll and Hyde encompass the pictorial aspect of this period. The chapter, The Carew Murder Case, foregrounds the pictorial foggy cityscape of London. A grey chocolate-colored pole, which is a collection of water vapors mixed with clouds and fogs, evokes impressionistic paintings. At the same time, we shouldn't overlook the literary imagination encapsulated by the pictorial fog. As a term, pole is used to signify a crossover coffin as well as a thick cloud. This creates an ominous image of death and also indicates the murder of the gentleman Carew. The intense, dark color of the pole accentuates the gloomy atmosphere while resonating with the gentleman's death. Thus, the colors which Stevenson uses are imaginative and creative, chosen to suit a scene. In short, Stevenson's fogs are never a transcript of the king fog. Furthermore, When John Adson visits Hyder's house in Soho, he faces folks which are as lively and as dynamic as living creatures. One moment, the folk lives, and the indecent scenery of Soho district reveals itself before Adson's eyes. The next, the folk as brown as amber obstructs his vision once more. The visual expressions of a dingy street and its blackguardly surroundings not only impress physical darkness of the scenery, but also hints at the dark hidden issues behind the prosperity of the British Empire, including poverty, immigration difficulties, and moral decline. But more notable here is that the instant Adson sees a shocking scenery of Soho, it is obscured by the fog and never depicted anymore. This means the colorful, imaginative fogs omit the detail of the scenery. In Stevenson's words, a general lightening of this baggage of detail, or the omission of a tedious passage. Please. Does that make sense? Thank you. This is like abstract impressionistic paintings of Whistler, Nietzsche, and Monet. The detail of the Soho scenery is left to the reader's imagination. Stevenson transfigures the industrial fog into an aesthetic one with the vivid imaginative colors, the deep omission of detail, the blank spaces for the reader's imagination, which are the characteristics of Japanese art. Consequently, this pictorial style, in which visual density is enhanced by expressing verbal information, can be recognized as Stevenson's literary practice of what he learned from Japanese art. That is to say, the maximum of effect and the minimum of detail. Strangely, there is a symbolic sentence at the beginning of the chapter. The details were few and startling. Now, we cannot help regarding this simple sentence as a manifestation of his literary philosophy. In exploring Stevenson's pictorial descriptions from the narrative viewpoint, it remains to be questioned whether or not they contain some textual effects that can contribute to the interpretation of the work. To answer the question, the scene of Adson's journey to Soho deserves to be focused on again. Oh, sorry for the dense, detailed passage. It's a devil of realism, so it's important to omit the detail. Along with the color intensity like a glow over rich, rooted brown, the contrast between light and darkness, accentuated by the lamps in the dismal quarter of Soho, is noticeable enough to consider the narration mode as pictorial. The way Adson witnesses a marvelous number of degrees and hues of twilight reminds us of impressionist painters who attempted to capture the fleeting moments of natural changes over time. In fact, the scenery in Adson's sight is changing rapidly within just a few sentences. With regards to rhetorical usage, there are many words which imply impression. They are italics. The frequent use of expressions that avoid assertion, such as would, like, and seem, makes the narrative more subjective, despite the third-person narrative. Visuality is emphasized here by underlined words and phrases like beheld, glancing, seen under these changing glimpses. The subjective, uncertain narration can be interpreted as conveying the constantly fluctuating impressions Adson receives through his eyes. In fact, the phrase of the source of his mind justifies a notion that what narrated here as impressions emerging Adson's mind. In the words of Gerard Junet, the narration consists of an internal focalization, in which impressions of a focalizer Adson are narrated in the form of a third-person viewpoint. This style of narration makes it difficult for the reader to rely on the narrator, who seems to tell the fact at first sight. If we delve further into the scene, where the narrative mode becomes pictorial, the expression of a district of some city in a nightmare raises the possibility that Adson is dreaming, or more accurately, having a nightmare. In Stevenson's essay, A Chapter on Dreams, he expounds on a dreamer's experience in the nightmare. Notably, the writer refers to a hue of brown as a color which characterizes his dream. It's no coincidence that the folk Adson faces is as brown as amber. The color connection between the two justifies the interpretation that Adson is actually dozing and having a nightmare, in spite of no direct reference to his dream in the scene. Since Adson's impressions are narrated in the nightmare, it's natural that the narration should be more unreliable to the reader. In addition, Stevenson acknowledges a sense of fear. Sense of fear was distortion of spatial recognition in a nightmare. This disorder would prevent people from observing things correctly, or prevent painters from representing objects realistically with perspective, not to mention the impact on the narrator. Therefore, the style of the pictorial narrative in Jekyll and Hyde should be categorized as not realism based on the conventional perspective, but impressionism, which is more subjective and apart from detail of realism. The skepticism of perspective in the late 19th century recalls Edouard Manet's A Bird as a Holy Virgil, in which the viewers are confused by the distortion of perspective with a mirror behind the woman at the center. Jekyll and Hyde share several keywords with painting, such as mirror was association of women with alcohols. Anyway, let's move on to the conclusion. We've confirmed the practice of Stevenson's literary theory, which was developed by his contact with Japanese art before his success as a writer. Moreover, the pictorial description in Jekyll and Hyde can be regarded as impressionistic. However, there is a difference between Stevenson and other impressionists in terms of color. While many impressionist painters use bright colors by painting a picture under sunshine, Stevenson frequently employed dark colors like as brown as amber because he attempted to depict a nocturnal city reminiscent to Whistler's avant-garde paintings. The color difference contributes to creating the gloomy, uncanny, and strange atmosphere in this Gothic fiction. Therefore, we can identify Stevenson's artistic style as Gothic Impressionism. That's all for today. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Soan. Great to see some paintings from the Courtauld collection highlighted there. Nice little advertisement. If I could welcome back Soan, Christian, and Katherine to the front with the chair, Laura Fagan. We'll now have time for about 10 minutes of Q&A, and then we'll have a 5-minute break before hopefully our online speaker can get set up. Thank you.
Thank you all for such really fascinating papers. I was really interested in the connection between grotesque and vulgarity in your papers, and also the way that all three of you are really engaging with the writing of contemporary authors and texts. So I'm sure I'm not the only one with lots of questions. So if you just put up your hands, we can get going.
I don't need to go first, but I'm happy to. I've got lots of questions. They were fascinating papers. Sorry, yeah, I will use my phone. Thank you. Really, really, really interesting papers. And I think one of the things that struck me and that kind of actually drew them all together in quite a surprising way. I wasn't expecting yours, Masar, to link to this quite so much. But I was intrigued in the way that you were thinking about sound different in yours, Catherine, and the kind of the scream or the shout that comes from the mouth. And obviously that linked very nicely to your paper, Christian, with the idea of the laugh or the grimace. And it struck me that the kind of shout, the scream, the grimace, the laugh, the cry, the groan, all of those things are kind of inarticulate sounds. They're not things that are entirely legible. They don't ascribe to something that is objective, that is written out for us. And then actually there was a nice link there with the fog and the inarticulateness of that and the idea of effect over detail and kind of confusion that we encountered in your paper as well, Marcel. And I wondered, it's not really a question, is it? But it was just a link that I thought was quite interesting, and I wondered if you wanted to say anything more about that at all. And whether maybe that helps to speak to the kind of the malleability of those texts, perhaps, in their sort of like inarticulate sounds. Thank you.
I'm happy to go first. Absolutely, yeah. This is something that I was actually thinking about when I was writing this paper, when I recognised that the noises that were being evoked in the verse were not actually words. It was not written text, and it sort of creates this very interesting dynamic then between the image and the written word, which in Arias Montano's case has produced this very complex Latin verse. It's directed specifically for this educated audience, and therefore to sort of juxtapose that with those noises which are coming from both human and demons, again, I think creates this a means of recognising how, despite looking very different, the human and the demon are in fact sort of shoved into one sort of category in that sense, because it's the sinful souls that are making these noises. And in the verse then you also have this discussion of the choirs of heaven singing, which is, again, this interesting contrast which hits the damned and saved human souls in different camps and places the sinful souls with the demons, and I find that quite fascinating. But it's also got, I think, interesting resonances in terms of the human-animal divide, and I think that links quite well to your discussions of fixed human identity as well, which you get in the Enlightenment, which hasn't quite developed yet in this pre-Cartesian space that I'm discussing, where you've got this overlap really between the human and animal, and I think that really comes out again then in this overlapping mixed idea of the howling demon and the groaning human.
Yeah, I think with regard to the open mouth, it's got a lot to do with this fixating on figurative depiction. So that's why Lessing, that's why Winckelmann were so opposed to the open mouth, because it opens up this kind of temporal succession, as you say, there's sound. And with this paper, I kind of skipped the whole expressionist epoch, because that kind of shatters this whole conception, because of course there we go, away from the figurative to the expressionist, and suddenly everything becomes allegorical, and therefore there's this synesthetic feeling to painting suddenly, why it can express the scream and the open mouth. And Hilde Saloska, an academic, I think she wrote in the 1980s a book about just the scream and a whole succession after Edvard Munch started his scream of expressionist painters who really focus on that. But that's completely different because it leaves the figurative planes, so to say. And therefore, when you have the figurative plane, and that's why I skipped that part and really went straight to Bacon and Deleuze, because there we are again. Of course, we're talking a bit more about figural painting rather than figurative, but it's the same kind of approach to there's a human figure and what does the open mouth do there? And so I think it's got a lot to do with, figurative instantly means there is a conception of stasis. And stasis is always, antithetical to whatever a sound is, because a sound is temporal in that sense. So, I think if we go to expressionism, it's something completely different, but within the figurative realm, definitely is this opposition.
Can I say something?
Keller-san, want to talk about said about some music and sound, so not music through sound, temporality as well. So when it comes to temporality, Stevenson categorize music as.
Okay, sorry, I'm too loud. Stevenson categorized music as temporal art, not special art. So the musical quality of a nocturnal city in Jekyll and Hyde can be regarded as cross-genre. So I think in fact, there are some scenes which are quite pictorial. So textual temporality is accelerating rapidly. I think this is closer to music, not only fiction or literature, but also other genre like music. So I think Stevenson wanted to present a unified artistic vision which transcends limitation of the conventional artistic styles or forms.
Thank you. Thanks very much.
Thank you very much. They were all fascinating talks. I'm Katherine Davies. I'm at King's College doing theology, doctorate, hopefully. So, Christian, I've got a question for you. So, Lessing and Winckelmann, what was their view of the sort of Dionysiac or Dionysian in Greek art? Because you've got the Apollonian, which they stress.
Yeah.
But did they sort of recognise that there had to be the other side as well? Thank you.
Yes, they did. Of course they did, because it's there, and so they couldn't completely ignore it. But at the same time, they very much highlighted the Apollonian because it meant it's rational reflection. It's everything that's building, whereas the Dionysian is really about destroying. And so they kind of dismissed that whole, or just regarded as something destructive, which shouldn't be considered within, a civil society. And therefore you have to really wait until you get Hegel and Nietzsche who completely bulldoze that. But before that, I think Lessing and Winckelmann always kind of just relegated that to the margins and were like, okay, please don't deal with that.
Just quickly, Christian, one of the aspects about the smile or the open mouth portrait in photography, of course, the overriding condition was that you had to be still. So it was much easier to put the subject closed mouth for a 1 minute exposure, it would be for a smile, flicker around the mouth and get something up close. But I just have that's just a point there, but I have a question for Katherine. I'm not familiar with the emblem book. Can you say a little bit more about what the emblem book is?
Of course, absolutely. Something that I would have liked to put in if I'd had a bit more time, actually. In the sort of early to mid 16th century, there was the development of a secular emblem book, which basically consists of usually around 100 small woodcut prints. They would usually be on moralizing themes. Some of them would focus maybe on classical mythology. Some might deal with emblematic animals as well, is another common theme. And alongside this small image would then be a little motto underneath which would explain the meaning of the image and the lesson you were supposed to gain from it. And these became particularly popular around the 1560s, and Christoph Plantin was producing many editions by authors like Hadrianus Junius, Alcius, Andreas Alciatus, also very popular authors of these books. And it's this contrast between image and text that really starts to develop then in the 1560s in the book format, which translates into these emblem books. And Arias Montano produces this book as the first religious emblem book, although obviously with a slightly different kind of tone to it, because he's producing this very intellectual verse that goes alongside it rather than a short piece of prose. He then goes on to produce another 1 or 2 emblem books in the 1570s, which have religious connotations. And by the 1590s, the concept is picked up by the Jesuit Society, who were then had a strong presence in Antwerp. And the emblem books that I suppose are probably discussed most now in the scholarship are these sort of late 16th century, early 17th century Jesuit emblem books, which had a far broader audience. And because they were funded by the society, were able to have these beautiful large images and very simple Latin captions and text. And these were then used by missionaries globally. And their imagery has had a huge impact. So it's quite significant that this work by Arias Montano is the first to really breach the genre of the secular emblem book and use it for religious purposes. Although that wasn't particularly appreciated by the Spanish Inquisition, actually, despite Arias Montano being so central within the court. Plante did write a letter to him, I think, in 1572, saying that he'd heard that you'd had trouble with the emblem book with the Spanish Inquisition. They'd actually banned it. So there was a bit of uncertainty about how those genres really overlapped and whether it should function in a religious context. But yeah, thank you for the question.
Can I just step in and respond to your remark? I mean, it is true there's this kind of technological aspect to photography, but I think, early photography still took nearly hours, but when we get to the 1850s, it's already seconds. And so when we look at Abraham Lincoln's photograph, that was actually the time where you could have a lot of smiles in those pictures. And there is a plethora of pictures, if you just Google it, of Abraham Lincoln where he's laughing. And he's always described as this very joyful person. But we still chose not to include these and not to characterize him as a joyful person, but rather as the stern and pensive person. And when you look at the family portraits of the 1870s and so on, where they were really affordable at that time, and they could really go there, but you still have no smile there. You still have no smile. So there is this aspect, but that's really, really early photography. But when you get to the mid-19th century, that's already obsolete. So just to clarify that aspect.
Thank you.
Do we have any other questions? Okay, I have one. So I think all three of you have spoken about some really interesting dualities, so kind of evil and good, imagination and realism. And I was really struck, I think, by some of the elements of satire or kind of humor that seem to be present, and I wonder if you could talk a bit about that or comment on that. I think especially for Christian and Masai, you guys have talked about, you cited William Hogarth, who was a satirist, and Punch magazine, which published a lot of satire with George Cruikshank. Do you want to go first?
Well, thank you for asking me and making a comment. Well, I think Stevenson is was a humorous person, a man of humor. So that's why in this introduction of this speech, I cited, is a devil, beware of realism is a devil. I think Stevenson was both serious and humorous at the same time, because this is quite important, because Stevenson actually depended on realism, even if he hated realism. In Jekyll and Hyde, we found some journalistic style of narration, not only impressionistic. So by depending on realism, Stevenson could or was able to make an effective, narration. So not only impressionism but also realism. So Stevenson hated realism, but it's important to focus on realism. Yeah, thank you.
With regards to William Hogarth, I think he's just very interesting in that he used basically fine art techniques to be very subversive by instrumentalizing caricature and satire and actually commenting on societal norms. And I think that's something Lessing and Winckelmann couldn't have agreed with, and so they probably opposed that completely, and it's a shame because that kind of draws them as these very stern, cliched German thinkers. But at the same time, I think that's what's so interesting about Hogarth, because he still acknowledges this implementation of maybe not to go too far with the open mouth. And he's actually acknowledging that there is this kind of societal norm which has been established and that everyone kind of agrees on now. But he uses his catalogue of satirical paintings to actually kind of subvert that. And so he's a very interesting figure that kind of falls out of that kind of very normative establishment.
I think I have one last question for Katie. Or Katherine. So I wondered if you could say just a little bit more about the borders framing your engravings, because they really struck me as similar to some of the kind of marginalia you see in Latin medieval manuscripts, which I know a lot more about, but if maybe there are some scenes that seem to subvert, to use your word, and then also maybe comment upon or engage with the text in a way similar to the engravings or contrary to the central engravings.
That's really interesting. As far as I'm aware, no, they are actually quite random, the placement of the borders, and it is something that's more of an embellishment rather than actually linked to the image itself. But that I find quite interesting too, because now you have two elements really that are going on in one page. You have these, stunning embellishments which are there to really appeal to the educated audience, provide this item as something that is luxurious and therefore worth having in your library, with images that can sometimes seem completely distanced from them. And there are certainly examples within other books as well around this period where you do have borders that might have more religious tone to them, but again are not actually relevant to the text. And so the border in that respect is quite interesting. Another interesting fact is that it gets removed in 1581. I think when I went through the first edition and then to the third, you notice that it's disappeared. And that may simply be because they wanted to be able to sell the book to a wider audience. And it is known that in the 1571 edition, there were two issues, one with borders and one without. And the one with borders would be sold for 70 stuvas and the one without for 60. So it did make it slightly more affordable for you to be able to access this religious commentary if you bought it without the borders. And so therefore it does sort of function as creating appeal for this work, which was so innovative that it really needed something to be able to sell it to this elite audience. But yes, it doesn't seem that there's actually any link between the religious imagery and the borders themselves, which is quite interesting.
Fascinating. Thank you. If we don't have any more questions, I think we're going to have our last speaker via Zoom. Is that right? Okay, we can just give an applause for
So I'm just going to introduce Rachel Alban, our final speaker from panel 1, who is also from the Courtauld. The title of Rachel's paper is Picturing the Invisible, the Illustration of Persian Romance and Didactic Poetry in Timurid and Early Safavid Manuscripts. Rachel is a Chase-funded PhD candidate in art history at the Courtauld, studying Persian painting under the supervision of Professor Suzanne Babayi. Her thesis foregrounds the role of a miniaturized mode of painting that flourished in Persian literary manuscripts from the 15th to early 16th centuries. With a BA in English from Oxford University and an MA by research on the Tudor portrait miniature, Rachel continues to follow interdisciplinary interests, including issues of framing, ornamentation, wonderment, and detail. Thank you, Rachel.
Thank you very much for including me virtually, even though I couldn't be there in person. A huge shout out to Diego, Rose and Phoebe. Okay, I'll get going. So arguably, picturing the invisible is a perennial artistic challenge and not one that's specific to Persian painting. But through my research into pictorial miniaturization, I've noticed a particular interest in problematizing visibility in Timurid and early Safavid paintings. Now, this is not to say that Persian paintings were inherently inexpressive or lacking in pictorial clarity. Indeed, if we turn to our first image, we can see a very powerful depiction of mourning in a crisp and precise mode associated with the so-called classical style of Persian painting. The picture depicts a scene from Nizami Ganjavi's famous poem, Leyla ve Majnun, a 12th century romance concerning two ill-fated lovers. Rather than marrying her beloved Majnun, Leyla was espoused to a man called Ibn Salam, who has just died as a result of Layla's coldness towards him. Within the tall grey wall, we can see two women tearing their hair in a traditional gesture of despair, while the men in the foreground provide even more overt demonstrations of sorrow. You can see two figures touchingly embracing, a kneeling figure tearing his robe, and three men in total covering their face with handkerchiefs. The austere composition and restrained colour palette also convey this sense of depression, and the figure at the top of the image, who is spreading the news of Ibn Salam's death, seems to symbolise the picture's emotional eloquence. The painting was made in late 15th century Herat, and its mixture of figural animation with a more earthy, realistic colour palette is characteristic of the so-called new style of Persian painting, credited to the renowned painter Behzad, to whom this painting is also attributed. The painting certainly seems to be concerned to render the textual narrative and its emotive content clear and visible. However, a recent publication of this Hamza manuscript acknowledges the power of the depiction while asserting that it is, quote, not a very close representation of the narrative, end quote. In addition to the urban setting, which is potentially at odds with the nomadic nature of the original story, it is very unclear which of the women is the protagonist and widow, Layla. Even more importantly, the subject of this part of the narrative is not actually the mourning for Ibn Salam. In fact, Nizami wants to emphasise that while apparently mourning her husband, Layla's true emotions are concealed, nahofte. She is actually weeping over her true love, Majnun. Nizami describes her lamentation using the metaphor of a fruit with a hidden seed. Shoyash de barun pust budi, magzash hame dust budi. From the outside, her husband was the husk of her emotion. Her kernel was all the beloved. Nizami's theme, then, is the unreliability of appearances and the hidden nature of emotions, and this seems maybe at odds with Behzad's graphic depiction of grief. However, this painting incorporates a carefully selected verse from Nizami's text, you can see in the top right, and this visually proposes a close text-image relationship. And looking at this verse more closely, we can see that the artist has in fact considered the text carefully. From agony for her beloved, she tore her hair, but at the surface she did it for the departing of her husband. As mehnat dost mulvi mikand, amoze feroge shul mikand. So Layla is usually thought to be the woman in a turquoise green robe, you can see here, supporting an older woman who is perhaps Ibn Salam's mother. But with this verse, we discover that she must be one of the two women tearing at their hair. And to me, the most persuasive candidate is the figure in blue, since this is a colour also associated with Majnun. If so, the decision to depict the protagonist with her back to the viewer is an unusual and powerful artistic gesture. Behzad denies us a view of Layla's face and thereby dramatises the lack of access to her true feelings. Now, on reflection, it might seem counterintuitive that given the choice of numerous narrative scenes to illustrate, the artist or director of the project chose a scene that depends upon visual unreliability and hidden emotions. However, during the 15th century, Persian painters very often elected to depict narrative moments which involve little visible action and frustrate our desire for legibility. Indeed, paintings often display an apparent lack of concern with creating clear, specific references to the text. The painting on the left, for example, comes from a manuscript of Attar's Mantegater, or Conference of the Birds. This manuscript's at the British Library, 7735, and illustrates a parable about a king who proudly shows off his magnificent palace, only to be told by a wandering dervish, who you can here see in the bottom left, that there is in fact a grave flaw or crack in the facade, through which one day Azrael, the angel of death, will enter. However, this painting depicts neither a large and magnificent palace, nor the all-important crack in the palace wall, which would immediately have identified the story at hand. In addition, the artist has adopted a pre-existing composition from an earlier manuscript of Nizami's Hamza, which you can see in the image on the right. This has led some art historians to conclude that rather than seeking to create illustrations that specifically related to the text at hand, the Persian painter preferred to use whatever was already within his pictorial repertory, rather than invent completely fresh scenes. The sometimes strained relationship between Persian paintings and their text has caused some scholarly discomfort. On the one hand, art historians understandably reject the idea that a painting should exhibit the slavish subservience to a text that is sometimes associated with the term illustration. But on the other hand, scholars also frequently criticise Persian paintings for inaccuracy or inattention to the specifics of a text. It's worth considering then whether these attitudes arise from the implicit meanings of the Western term illustration, and from the Latin verb lustrare, meaning to illuminate. Do we then assume that illustrations will help cast light upon a text, in other words, to make it visually manifest and in some way to elucidate it? Well, if we turn to the contemporary Persian terms for manuscript paintings, we find no equivalent to illustration with the same connotations of elucidating and making visible. Indeed, rather than clarifying the status of the manuscript illustration, the Persian terminology seems deliberately ambiguous. Paintings are most often referred to as surat, which have a multitude of meanings you can see on the slide: shape, form, depiction, portrait, image. It's a deliberately polysemous word, but it was often used to emphasize the external form of something, in contrast with its interior meaning. And in fact, the words negar and naksh on this slide could also imply an outer or superficial appearance. We can say then that the dialectic between appearance and what is hidden is implicit in the Persian discourse of the image. By contrast, none of the terms on this slide, arranged from most common to least, involve connotations of clarity or elucidation. Perhaps then Persian painters did not feel the same compulsion to produce clear images of specific narrative moments. However, I would argue the pictorial tendency to err away from visual drama is also symptomatic of a more fundamental shift in manuscript production that took place during the course of the 15th century. So in the Il-Khalid and early Timurid period, Ferdowsi's Shahnameh, the Book of Kings, which was written in the late 10th century, was by far the most illustrated text. Now the Shahnameh is a more multifaceted work than is often acknowledged, but even still, its epic subject matter conforms much more easily to Western expectations of illustration. Marie Swietociowski, who was a curator of the Islamic arts at the Met, remarked that some subjects lend themselves more easily to illustration. Quote, "The appeal of an illustrated epic, for example, with its emphasis on narrative events and heroic action, is obvious." And I hope it's obvious from these slides. We've got Rustam on the left hacking at the White Adib, and then the same hero pulling the hook on the chin off an elephant amidst a huge battle on the right. Swietociowski continues, "Far less promising subject matter for the artist's brush is the great bulk of Sufi literature. And yet, from the end of the 14th and start of the 15th century, it is exactly these less promising genres which came to be illustrated. In addition to the didactic Sufi literature mentioned by Swietociowski, illustrated manuscripts of romance texts, particularly Nizami's Khamseh or Quintet, proliferated from the start of the Timurid period. In different ways, both of these genres problematize the idea of visibility, and indeed Nizami calls himself the mirror of the invisible world, or Yine again. From paintings of high drama and heroics, we now encounter images like this. The painting on the left is taken from Nizami's first romance, The Tale of Khosrow Shirin. In fact, the characters and basic premise of the story were extracted from Ferdowsi's famous epic and developed into a convoluted love story with much toing and froing and even some good old-fashioned fighting. But the focus of the text had entirely changed. As the expert on Persian court poetry, Mezami, has summarized, quote, "The genre of romance is distinguished by the importance it gives to the inner life of its protagonists." And this is, I think, exactly what we find in this painting from the same late 15th century Khamseh of the British Library that we started with. Very little seems to be happening here. Although maidservants are playing music in the foreground, the central figure, Princess Shirin, in green, appears to be frozen to the spot, contemplating a portrait of the Persian prince, Khosrow. His painting has been planted for her discovery by Khosrow's companion and artist Shahpur, in the hope of eliciting her desire for the depicted prince. But from Shirin's impassive face, it's hard to tell whether or not the picture is working. However, in the text we discover that a great internal drama is taking place. With every look, she became more intoxicated by it. With every cup she drank, she became more lost. While she was looking, her heart became weak with passion. The artist Mirac may have left subtle clues to the emotional transformation within. So we can see the source of the spring near the horizon, which is now oxidized to black, which was often used as a metaphor for the origin of love. And then perhaps the little bowl with a lid on it could suggest the covering of Shirin's feelings. There's also a slight tension, I think, in the way both Shirin and her maidservant are holding the painting of Khosrow. Is the servant simply passing it on, or is she reluctant to relinquish it because of the hold it has over her mistress? Either way, the tension between these subtle signs of Shirin's feelings, but this overall covert sense of emotion, is indicative, I think, of conflicting attitudes to the visibility of love in medieval Persian literature. As Sayed Gorab has explored, love could have a visual and detrimental effect on the lover's appearance. In the case of Nizami's character Majnun, his obsessive love for Layla causes him to wander the desert, to become emaciated and to shun ordinary clothes. His status as a lover is thus very visible in most illustrations of the poem. Yet this outward manifestation of love is also the root cause of the poem's tragic events, as this unacceptable behaviour causes Layla's family to oppose their marriage. And in fact, even Majnun's demonstrative love is fundamentally characterised by inaction, as we can see in the scene on the left, where the two lovers are finally able to meet and immediately faint. And the boiling pot, in fact, in this picture could symbolise this inner passion which outwardly evaporates into nothing. Majnun also wastes away in his devotion to Layla, gradually becoming more invisible until it causes his death on Layla's tomb, which you can see in the second painting. A fundamental antithesis is at work, it seems, between love and visibility. The other genre which contravenes expectations of visibility and clarity is the didactic text, which in Persian literature took the form of loosely related sequences of parables. Ostensibly, a parable gives dramatic form to an invisible moral, but a verse from the renowned 13th century poet Sa'di suggests that in Persian poetry the dynamic was understood to move in the opposite direction. In the prologue to his famous Bustan, or orchard, Sa'di likens his stories to a date. Like a date, the skin coats sweetness within. When you open it, there is a stone inside. An important implication of this metaphor is that the didactic moral, or stone, is initially hidden and must be somehow opened by the reader. Thus, the parable acts more as a catalyst for interpretation than a clear moral message. From an artistic point of view, the challenge of depicting this indefinite moral lesson is compounded by the concise form of the parable, which usually offers the painter little guidance in terms of circumstantial detail. Modern art historians have really emphasised these difficulties, but written sources from the 16th century suggest that Persian painters saw picturing the invisible as inherent to their art. Soan Beg, for example, a painter himself and chief librarian to Shah Abbas, praised his artistic mentor for being able to paint, quote, the inner man within the portrait. He goes on to state that once he himself was inspired by the skill of depiction, he became, quote, a meaning seeker via form. Shavam mani talab az ru'i surat. How, though, could a manuscript painter achieve such an abstract aim? Artistic strategies for the illustration of this genre have changed over time, but one way of doing this was to depict the opening of a parable rather than the denouement, thereby presenting the viewer with the problem rather than the solution. And a good example of this is from a manuscript of Sa'di's other great didactic work, his Golestan, or Rose Garden. And this manuscript was commissioned by the Timurid prince Faisal and transcribed in 1427. So in this scene, a poor beggar chides the king for his lack of concern for the poor. In response, the king gives the beggar money and a cloak to carry it in, since, as we can see, he doesn't even own any clothes. But the beggar immediately goes and squanders the money, angering the king. Nevertheless, the king's vizier persuades him not to send the beggar away, but to give him an allowance in instalments. If the moral of this story is obvious to you, you're doing better than me. And in fact, Sa'adi provides a plethora of moral aphorisms. Money cannot rest in the hands of the free, and one should not open one's door to the greedy, such that no single clear moral emerges from the text. As such, rather than trying to represent the story's specific events or moral lessons, the artist has portrayed the problematic dynamic that underpins the entire tale, that is, the disjunction between the wealth of a king and the suffering of an impoverished subject, which is conveyed visually through the height and ornamentation of this coral-coloured palace and the vulnerable hunched figure of the beggar sitting on this uncomfortable turquoise ground. The imbalance, I think, is also mirrored in this tall red plant on the horizon with red flowers, which dwarfs the other tufts of greenery with their tiny red dots of flower. I don't know if you can see them. The painting then acts less as an illustration of this specific story than as a proposition or puzzle. And in fact, competitively solving riddles or puzzles, known as mu'amar, was a favourite form of entertainment at Timurid and Safavid cultural assemblies, and several treatises were written about them, with the Timurid historian Yazdi explaining that the mu'amar should have both an evident meaning and, quote, hidden intentions. If paintings were discussed in a similar way, then perhaps it was important that the artist left things invisible or near invisible for viewers to discern and debate. Indeed, in both paintings and contemporary sources, there is an emphasis on the active role of the viewer in discerning hidden meaning. In the prefaces to albums of paintings and calligraphic specimens, Safavid writers often warn that the true value of the works will only be visible to, quote, those possessed of insight. And unfortunately, this receptive ability is not, quote, reflected in everyone's imagination. Contemporary viewers then expected to exert themselves in order to interpret and appreciate a narrative painting. The need for visual scrutiny is both the subject and strategy of our last painting. In contrast to the restrained composition of the last Gulistan painting, this one is teeming with detail, as I hope you can see. It comes from a mid-16th century manuscript of the Haftorang by the late Timurid poet Jani. It depicts a parable in which an old dervish seeks the attention of a beautiful, proud youth at a bathhouse or hammam. At first, the Sufi stoops to pick up every hair as the young man is being shaved. After that, he brings the youth perfumed towels, throws his own clothes down on the floor, brings the young man a mirror to look in, and at last he cries, "What shall I do so that you will notice me?" The youth replies that his attention is not on earthly things, so the dervish should drop down dead before him, which the old man promptly does. Now, the youth seemed unaffected at the time, but he later becomes so haunted by the dervish's death that he changes his entire life and adopts a life of poverty and atonement. Rather than depicting the dervish's dramatic death or the youth's conversion, this painting depicts only that small gesture with which the story begins. Indeed, the figures involved are initially very hard to identify amid the throng of hammam goers and the wealth of circumstantial detail. However, this process of our discernment is precisely the point. Unlike the inattentive youth, the viewer of this painting is charged with noticing the dervish's poignant act and the near invisible strands of hair, and I don't know if you can see them in this detail. The viewer also requires the spiritual insight to see the invisible significance of this small act and the dramatic consequences that will unfold from it. Picturing the invisible, then, was the deliberate strategy that allowed contemporary viewers to display their insight in seeing beyond the literal and the visible. The paintings that omit key features and problematise acts of looking can be understood as that implacable facade from our earlier painting of the Mante Altair. The question is whether, as viewers, we allow ourselves to be aligned with the king, who is unable to perceive the crucial crack in his palace, or whether, like the dervish, we are able to see the significance of the ambiguous, the obscure, and the unseen. Thank you.
Right, hello everyone. Welcome back to the second part of today's conference. We're going to be kicking off this afternoon with our second panel, which is entitled Conceptualizing Word and Image Relations. Our first speaker is Benjamin Goff from King's College London. The title of his paper is Image as Word, Film, Philosophy and Medium Specificity. Benjamin is a PhD candidate in film studies at King's. He holds a BA from Baylor University and an MA from Columbia University. He previously taught film and art history at Baylor University's New York program. So welcome, Benjamin.
Can films do philosophy? Semantically, this might not compute. However, a growing body in film studies, less an exact discipline and more an amorphous leaning, argues this exact thing. Films can, in fact, participate in philosophical conversations. More colloquially, films can do philosophy. At a conference interrogating the conversation between image and word, my aim in this work is to showcase that film is, in one regard, an ideal candidate for the study of this blending. Formally, cinema combines the dramaturgy of dialogue with the aesthetics of the frame, as seen by Eisenstein and Bazin. But more than this, films can utilize its medium to communicate philosophical ideals, and not just regurgitate previously understood philosophies, or merely be instrumentalized by philosophy. Film is thus a medium blending well the aesthetics and thought, image as word. I'd like to devote my time today to looking more at this claim, and then exploring an example of how this could look within a case study, specifically here through Noah Baumbach's 2011 film, Frances Ha, starring Greta Gerwig. Film as philosophy, more commonly referred to film philosophy, is not a specific school of thought, but a general approach to film studies. As David Sorfa notes in a piece aptly titled, What is Film Philosophy? Film philosophy is also the way in which normal, non-academic film viewers think about film. People do not think about apparatus theory or the male gaze. They ask, do I like this character? How do I feel when I watch this film? What is real or true about this film? Is what this character is doing right or wrong? Am I enjoying this? Does this film make any sense? What have I learned from this film? Should I change my life in some way because of this film? These are fundamental questions of film philosophy and of philosophy as such. In short, film philosophy aims to reground film in the viewer's everyday experience. Robert Sinnerbrink is one of the few who are using his research to discover a common thread linking the field of film philosophy, and his research is currently at the forefront of this ontological debate. In his new book, New Philosophies of Film, Sinnerbrink strives to discuss the current landscape of film studies and how film philosophy doesn't just blend the two major strands, but seeks to find a distinct third path. Caught between the overly deterministic strand of film studies guided by continental psychoanalytic theory on one side, and the naturalistic, often overly scientific strand of cognitivist, analytical film theory on the other, film theory aims to challenge ideology and grand theory in the field and instead return to the text. A good definition is in order as to what exactly film philosophy is. As always with these definitions, let's first say what it is not. Film philosophy is not the philosophy of film. While this field of study is of importance in understanding the medium specificity of the art, it doesn't relate to the specific text in which it's working. While it doesn't instrumentalize film, philosophy of film can sometimes flatten the medium's magic. As with other mediums, in the philosophy of X approach, philosophy analyzes and theorizes its object precisely because the latter cannot do so. The philosophy of film is essentially a part of aesthetics. It is of importance, but not what we want in this debate. Film philosophy is also not philosophy on film. This is where the line starts to become a tad elusive, but I believe film philosophy, in claiming cinema's creative capacity to think for itself, rejects, or at least takes with a grain of salt, films in which, quote, proper philosophy is expounded upon. An example of this would be Alfred Hitchcock's Rope. The film, loosely based on the Leopold and Loeb murder, interrogates Nietzsche's theories of the Übermensch. John Dahl and Jimmy Stewart even wax poetics at one point on whether Nietzsche's ideas are valid within contemporary society. While this brings us closer to the ideal, it is still off because it doesn't allow cinema's full capacity for aesthetics as a form of thinking. So this is what film philosophy is. Film philosophy argues that film should be regarded as engaging in philosophically relevant reflection via the medium of film itself, or approached as being capable of a distinctively cinematic kind of thinking. It is a way of aesthetically disclosing, perhaps also transforming our experience of the modern world through cinema. One that prompts philosophy to reflect upon its own limits, or even to experiment with new forms of philosophical expression thanks to its encounter with cinema. It is an approach that treats cinema less as an object of theoretical analysis than a partner in dialogue or provocation to thought. And so we say that films can do philosophy. But what does this look like in practice? How can we understand film aesthetics and film art as making philosophical gestures through their work? Through the work of Stanley Cavell and Charles Taylor, I'd like to start a dialogue regarding the malaise of secularism within today's contemporary cinema, and show how Francis Ha's use of editing can inform this conversation from both a philosophical level and an embodied phenomenological level. And these are two examples of film as philosophy. One of the archetypes of film philosophy, Stanley Cavell, was one of the significant components of looking at films and arguing that they can participate in philosophical discussions. Looking primarily at films from the golden age of Hollywood, Cavell utilized Emerson's thinking to make the case that American cinema has been in dialogue with Emerson's work since the medium's inception, specifically through the lens of moral perfectionism. Cavell describes this Emersonian moral perfectionism as, quote, depicting human beings as on a kind of journey, a journey from what Emerson means by conformity to what he means by self-reliance, which comes to saying a journey or path or step from haunting the world to existing in it. Call it the power to think for oneself, to judge the world, to acquire one's own experience of the world. One of Cavell's key motifs within this film work is the unknown woman. This unknownness is marked by a lack of knowledge of oneself, both by others and to oneself. Intelligibility is important to Cavell as it helps us overcome our skeptical quandary in the contemporary world. We must be intelligible to ourselves, and we must be intelligible to others. We can overcome contemporary skepticism through the ontological shifting of expressivist language usage. Cavell remarks that this unknownness can also be overcome by recognizing that each of us has, quote, an attained and yet unattained self, and making ourselves intelligible to that self. The process of Emersonian moral perfectionism, or as Cavell says, the courage to become what you are, is how a person can begin to move perpetually from attained to unattained and back and forth. So films like Gaslight, Letter from an Unknown Woman, Now Voyager, and Stella Dallas all take part in this conversation of how a person can journey from haunting to existing and thus acquiring one's own experience of the world. This metamorphosis is marked by the irony of Henry David Thoreau's use of the word mourning in both its spellings, both the grieving of a past self and celebrating the creation of a new one. Cavell's work on moral perfectionism opens a crucial door to understanding how films can participate uniquely in ongoing discussions which philosophy is still wrestling. However, as these philosophical discussions shift within their written tradition, so do they change in their cinematic tradition as well. Although not a film philosopher by any means, Charles Taylor's work can still enlighten us about how films can participate in their own medium's conversation regarding perfectionism. Taylor's primary focus is on ipseity, or the philosophy of selfhood, and how the self is currently being transfigured in the wake of secularism. As Taylor notes in his magnum opus, A Secular Age, this secularized transfiguration is marked by a loss of meaning in the world. As a malaise of immanence sets in, a belief in transcendence fizzles away. The malaise that Taylor discusses affects not only our culture at large, but also our view of the self in relation to these rapidly shifting cultural landscapes. This new dynamic in contemporary life is precisely what is negotiated and conversed with in Francis Ha, and so this discussion becomes an evaluation of public philosophy in crisis. Taylor is most intrigued by how a modern individual gains meaning and how that communicates with their own view of the self. In A Secular Age, Taylor introduces an idea he calls the Nova effect. The exclusive humanism that Taylor sees as post-enlightenment has given way to a life that is increasingly immanent and less fixed on the transcendent. With this collapsing of the transcendental frame, humans can now look anywhere and everywhere for meaning, with the entire plane of eminence being an option. This is the Nova effect, an abundance of sources for meaning, and even more exploding into existence constantly. A downside, Taylor argues, is that things move so quickly that individuals feel stuck. The speed at which more opportunities for self-identification come to the forefront puts humans in a truly paralyzing position. The Nova effect is, as Taylor puts it, an exhausting place to live, and one that saps the majority of our time and energy to sift through. This trapping within the Nova effect eventually leads to the malaise of immanence. This fluidity, or liquidity, within the Nova effect is perhaps the most felt unease by contemporary society, and so contemporary films, specifically Frances Ha, engage with it. I'd like to start by showing a short clip from the movie.
What time are you getting last night?
Late, like 1.
Why don't you come in and say hi?
I'm sorry, I thought you were asleep.
I wasn't asleep, I heard you come in.
Then you knew what time I got in?
I'm working on some sample skits for Saturday Night Live. I know a producer there said I could probably get a job writing for them.
Cool.
Such a lie. Guys, this is Nessa.
Hey.
Hello, I'm Frances.
Lev and I were gonna make baconated bagels. You want some?
Oh no, thanks though. I wanted to go to the Met and I had to deposit this check and drop off my laundry, a whole Sunday planned.
You ever ridden on a motorcycle?
I have once.
It's 8,500 share of 18,700.
Frances is a New York City transplant. She moved from Sacramento, she's moved into an apartment with her best friend from college, and she feels like her floor is secure. However, her friend decides to move in with her boyfriend, so Frances must move out. Her new roommates, seen in this scene, are trust fund babies with more vocational confidence than anyone should reasonably have. At the same time, Frances is trying to make it as a dancer in the city, but finds it extremely competitive, and her prospects are changing daily. Frances is the embodiment of the liquidity that comes within this modern life. The solid ground that Frances so desperately needs is nowhere to be found, so she is left drowning, searching for a way to stay afloat. Standing at the liminal, though distended transition between adolescence and adulthood, the pillars that might historically guide a person in that passage have all but vanished, and Frances is left with nothing but truly naked, isolated ipseity. As Cavell mentioned, the intelligibility marked by many of the women from classic Hollywood cannot be found within Frances. She does not know herself, and therefore does not know how to project that intelligibility into dialogue with her contemporaries. This clip that I've just shown contains within it a philosophic gesture that I think invites discussion, triangulating Cavell, Taylor, and this film. Frances emerges from her room ready for the day, backpack packed, and prepared to take on the city. As she prepares to leave, she's all but out the door, and she's given the opportunity to stay and make bagels. But she insists she needs to drop her rent check off, do her laundry, go to the Met. And with a smash cut, we get a medium shot, almost a close-up, of Frances stuffing her face with a bagel. What was supposed to be a productive day has now turned into, literally, a messy one, where the tasks that were supposed to be completed have now become tomorrow's problem. This smash cut, as small as it is, really nothing but a juxtaposition of two shots, becomes a film philosophic gesture and enters the ongoing discourse of the fluidity of the nova. Thus, Frances becomes a product, or perhaps a victim, of the liquidly secular world. From the moment Frances wakes up in the morning, she's bombarded by archetypal ideals within the nova, the allure of status and acclaim, like Benji, who might have a deal with SNL, the contemporary meaning that people gather from relationships, specifically sexual ones. All the while, Frances must participate in the larger order of adulthood, dropping off her check, participating in the arts and culture scene of New York, going to the Met, and just being hygienic and clean, doing her laundry. I believe film can use its form to communicate the philosophies discussed here. In this scene, the speed Taylor talks about is captured in the one small cut that moves from Frances and her daily tasks to munching on a bagel. The cut is a philosophic gesture of the speed at which these decisions get made and the exhaustion of having to decide what we're going to pick continuously. This philosophy of speed, of malaise, of imminence is capitalized through the film's uncanny ability to show us philosophy embodied. Throughout the film, Frances's friends constantly move in and out of her life, some for upward mobility, but some just for movement's sake. The speed of Frances's life is simply too much for her to handle at moments, And the exhausting part about the movie, and why I'm not so sure it has a happy ending, is that Francis only has two options: to keep up or sink. As a character, Francis is not alone as a new unknown woman. From the characters in Girls to the titular Fleabag and even the recent Danish hit The Worst Person in the World, each utilizes the form of cinema to communicate the exhausting nature of what it feels like to live in a liquidly modern world and how that affects the overall malaise of immanence. As Sinnerberg describes, these films participate in a larger discourse on philosophical modernity and how one inhabits this new yet unapproachable world. Using their medium's qualities, they expand the notion of what philosophy is and which mediums participate in it, opening up a host of new avenues to ask the metaphysical questions that we've been asking since the beginning. Who am I, and what am I doing here? I consider it exponentially fruitful for philosophy to have cinema as a sparring partner. Perhaps it is true that the image and word together are greater than the sum of their parts. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Benjamin. Our next speaker will be Rada Georgieva from the Courtauld. Rada is a PhD candidate in art history at the Courtauld. The working title of her doctoral thesis is Parallel Cultures, Male Art Magazines and Samizdat Between the Eastern Bloc and Latin America, 1975 to 1995. Her research interests include artistic collaborations and exchanges during the Cold War, the interplay between word and image, and the relationship between art and politics. Rada holds an MA in art history and Russian from the University of St Andrews and a master's in art history from the University of Oxford. So welcome, Rada.
Hi, thank you to Rose and Theory for organizing and for having me present. So I may as well start with what exactly is visual poetry, the question I've been asking myself with my thesis. And in general, it is defined as an experimental poetic technique that usually combines word and image and is resulted from a desire to enhance the communicative and critical potential of art. In writing about the work of the Chilean visual poet Guillermo D'Eister, the Uruguayan artist Clemente Clemente posed the following question: what artist does not have to, as the step before creation, question the language that will be used? This is the main concern of this paper, discussing the poetic and interdisciplinary experimentation with word and image of Guillermo D'Eister and the Bulgarian poet Vasily Siriev. Within the larger framework of the dynamic artistic exchange between Latin America and the Eastern Bloc during the Cold War, the visual poetic experiments of D'Eister and Siriev exemplify the search for an alternative mode of expression that would not rely on the written word but would expand on its potential to signify. A unifying thread emerges between Chile and Bulgaria as throughout the 1960s to the 1980s, verbal language became increasingly associated with the political regime as propaganda and misinformation, and it was seen as a means of deforming reality and perpetuating a form of social subjugation. I will focus on the significance of visual poetry for circumventing ruling linguistic systems and for artistic collaboration. In his seminal essay, The Language of Paradox, Clint Brooks asserts that poetry is inevitably based on paradox, as the meaning of words is too mutable depending on how they are arranged, and thus they are unable to convey a complete image of the poetic message. It is this instability of meaning which visual poetry ultimately seeks to surpass. Guillermo D'Eister, seen in the photograph to the left, was an artist affiliated with the Chilean Communist Party, and as such, he was concerned with the growing involvement of US imperialism in Chile's politics, social inequality, and the sharp class divide. His political position led to his eventual exile to the city of Plovdiv in Bulgaria after the Chilean coup of 1973. This was due to an arrangement between the Bulgarian and the Chilean Communist parties. So Bulgaria eventually ended up accommodating about 600 Chilean immigrants, and in Plovdiv, D'Eister met Vasily Siriev, self-portrait on postcard to the right. And he introduced Siriev to visual poetry. Notably, they both participated in international mail art networks, sending their visual poems to fellow artists around the world. Here are two examples of visual poems by both artists. And we can see that D'Eister's work is a dense combination of word and image, whereas Siriev demonstrates a more minimal approach to combining them. So D'Eister's initial interest in visual poetry began circa 1964, and at the time artists throughout Latin America targeted verbal language as an elusive medium that was used to impose politics and social rules. D'Eister's artisanal book, Grr, is considered the first Chilean example of visual poetry and will be the main work by him that I discuss in this paper. Meanwhile, in Bulgaria, such experimental practices never took hold, and Siriev remains the only Bulgarian poet who practiced visual poetry. Vasilissev belongs to a group of poets often defined as the first 80th generation of Bulgarian poetry, and these were poets characterized by a penchant for Western literature wherever it was available, Eastern philosophy, and the idea that art exists beyond the strict boundaries of the national. Siriev's case was complicated by the fact that cultural production in totalitarian Bulgaria relied on the rigid separation of artistic genre, and the lack of genre mixing implied a neglect for the type of experimentalism embodied by visual poetry. The seeming improbability of Deiser and Siriev's dialogue asks us to examine the dispositions that made this shared interest possible. I suggest that this was enabled by their idea of free communication through the visual. As they were both parts of the international mail art network, the liberation of meaning and the idea of free relating to others was primary to their praxis. So the focus on visuality here emerges as a critical attitude towards language and its limits. And it illuminates a thread of commonality in the Cold War exchange between Chile and Bulgaria. And so visual poetry in this case greatly facilitated interpersonal collaboration as well. So, with a background in printmaking, ceramics, and scenography, Deiser had a versatile approach to art making. Now, he began working on a series of artisanal books and produced verse, seeking to quote, revolutionize the medium of expression and produce a medium of communication suitable to his time, end quote. Deiser's conceptual approach to visual poetry was informed by his experience as a printmaker. In the 1960s, there was an increased interest in local graphic traditions as graphic art became, quote, a sign of the times, and it catered to an idea of uniting the major and minor arts, end quote, recuperating a lost unity between art and society. While printmaking was being sponsored and encouraged since the end of the Cold War, Chilean poetry was also undergoing processes of transformation. As the poet Alejandro Jodorowsky stated, quote, while they were at war in Europe, poetry ruled in Chile, end quote. This remained highly relevant for the post-war period. There was a general emphasis on the issue of how to say things poetically beyond the word and through other aesthetic means, turning poetry into a viable way of acting in the world. Gert is considered a watershed moment for Chilean visual poetry for this very reason. The title is an onomatopoeia, forming the expressive sound of anger. It denies the traditional articulating properties of language, and it takes up its sonorous properties instead. It brings out the primeval in man, evoking a guttural sound of anger. The book is made out of a variety of materials. On the cover, you see, there is the head of a beast, whose jaw can be moved using a piece of carton attached to the side. And there's an arrow on it, but pointing up and down, indicating movement. When the viewer moves this piece of carton, the jaw opens to reveal a man being devoured by the beast. The pages of the book include scraps from a library sheet, seen to the left. Recommending the library sheet recommends silence as well, a telegram and a circus poster, and also sheets from accounting notebooks here as well. Among these, there are stamps, engravings, silligraphs, drawings, loose leaves in an envelope with instructions inside, saying right in the start. This reflects the notion of found poetry, mostly associated with data, and meaning taking words or phrases from other sources and rearranging them in a form of literary collage. Here, whole sheets of paper are rearranged. The interactive character of the book, combined with the written order directed at the viewer, prompt him to cooperate with the artist and become involved in the creation of the object's meaning. Here, the expressive force of the grunt inflects the irrationality and bestiality inherent to human existence. In this respect, the book was Deiser's first experiment in uniting the emotional language of the body and its sounds, and assembled objects taken out of their original context and put place into a new one. The primary objective of Gert was to activate the reader through the rules of play. The visual poetization of this work hence consists in de-objectifying human reality and fixing it. The library sheet, for example, transcends its original meaning in order to engage with the cultural potentialities of each reader. Thus, the separate objects assembled in Gert form a totality that stems from Deiser's idea of the book as a unitary object complete in itself. Yet, they counter a totality of defamiliarization, where the new context and the new relationships between the book parts create a sense of novelty that forces the readers to see these objects in view. The book is not to be read but to be seen and physically engaged with. Deister's poetic thinking embraced the synthesis of different elements in order to achieve maximum clarity of the message with a minimum number of signs. Or in his words, quote, to express human circumstance in poetic terms implies the necessity to integrate all mediums into the poetic task, end quote. Later on, this type of syncretic thinking is noticeable in Sedev's early experimentations with the typewriter, achieving a level of maturity in the postcards from the 90s, as we saw previously. Deister understood language as a system of limiting and unreliable signs that could easily conceal the truth. The relevance of this in Deister's case is revealed in the introduction to his book of collected visual poems from around the world, just one, where he states on the front page, quote, the anxiety of the poet who saw all of his thinking was reduced to words was being emptied into a discontent with the signifying system, which ended up in confining him in a reduced mark of printed characters. Language, it seems, was more of a present and a way to communicate freely. Visual poetry was hence quote, an activity of demystification and denouncement, end quote, which consisted in desemanticizing the content of the work. So, most of all, the momentum gained by Gera was not about denying verbal language altogether, but about criticizing the system that turned it into an exercise of power. So the purpose was not to replace written poetry, but to challenge its literalism and write with the language of the time, or that is, quote, images turned into signs, end quote. Moreover, Deister thought images themselves were a type of object and not signs like words. This was due to their ability to simplify complex realities and position reality in front of our own eyes. This reveals more than a simple distrust in language as an objective tool of communication, as it pinpoints the fact that Deister's idea of revolutionizing the medium was an epistemological exercise of making it truthful and relevant to lived experience. Therefore, part of the appeal of visual poetry was in the desire to push cultural boundaries and create a type of language that would not need translation, because the message would be of universal comprehension. This yearning for effective and affective communication stems from Deister's central interest, or, in his words, quote, the fundamental of the universe, man, end quote. The issue at hand was devising a way to speak to man, but speak for being understood. Essentially, this manifested in the avant-garde fashion of destruction, or breaking down the image and reassembling it into a visual poem. Gera's is his first reassembly of this breakdown, understanding the image as a concrete reality as opposed to words which are simply signs in Deister's view. These ideas remained relevant throughout Deister's 12 years stay in Bulgaria, and he relayed them to Sedev. The late 70s and early 80s in Bulgaria were a period of late socialism, which was characterized by a cultural system which allowed artists to live and work in coexistence with the requirements of the regime. Much of the intellectual opposition to the regime occurred through oral culture, for example in writers' cafes and poetry readings, so the idea of free language is particularly important to artists who sought to produce non-state-sponsored art. The Bulgarian historian Alexander Fiosov defines official Bulgarian totalitarian culture as simulation of, quote, the production of free cultural activities through the specifics of totalitarian language, end quote. Alongside with orality, visual poetry provided an alternative space for self-expression that was free of simulation and rejected the cliché language of official art. Sedev's early poetic work had been censored, and he was fired from his post at the Cultural Center for organizing poetry readings with writers whose work was not favored by the state. Hence, he was highly critical of the restrictions about in everyday life during the regime, and visual poetry allowed him to experiment with ideas that were entirely foreign to totalitarian culture. The first of his surviving visual poems date roughly from the beginning of the 80s, and most are grouped under the title Marginalia, and are made with a typewriter. Designed on A4 sheets of thin paper, they have a miscellaneous quality. Sedev had always been influenced by early avant-garde experiments such as Apollinaris calligrams here. And although he did not experiment with visual poetry before he met Deister, his classical verse was impressionistic in nature and primarily at conveying an image or a vision. Consequently, the syncretic way in which he approached visual poetry was influenced by Deister's work. So, among the Marginalia, there are Sedev's 3 poems after Malevich. And this is a type of imitative visual poem which combines 2 independent systems, the visual and the linguistic, through an additive method. The cyclical nature of time is condensed to the essence of the first letter of the alphabet, A, so I've translated the Bulgarian text there. And this is echoed on a formal level as Casimir Malevich suprematist square, here, which was a cornerstone moment for the development and theorization of the early 20th century avant-garde, is conceived as a new beginning. The square is recalled, filled in, and emptied out. Conceptually, these poems collapse the gap between historical endings and beginnings, while also carrying the phonetic weight of the letter A. The grounding of the poems in suprematism also recalls Malevich's idea of a complete separation between art and social life, reducing down artwork to its basic elements and thus endowing the creative act with more truthfulness. This was a constant preoccupation in Sedev's work, as he saw it through imagery and morality, eventually writing to Deister, quote, "Creative work is what helps us overcome the fear and obstacles on the road to truth," end quote. As Sedev came from a literary rather than practical artistic background, the visual aspects of the letter informed his approach to visual poetry much more than Deister's, whose experience as a graphic artist usually led to complex layering of images. Sedev's explorations of visual poetry showed greater professionalism as he continued experimenting throughout the 1980s. Международ, or Internation, is from 1919 and consists of newspaper clippings with text, as well as sharply cut images of Bulgarian buildings, such as a church, ancient architectural details, such as a Roman amphitheater, and also even the side of a car. We read the title in the lower right corner of the work, probably cut from the word Международен, meaning international. The layered quality of the poem adds to its visual density, and this is one of Sedev's most haptic works, where the edges of the individual scraps can still be felt. The architectural details are taken out of their original context and completely defamiliarized, losing their essence as markers of place, while the newspaper clippings are superimposed on one another and under the images in such a way as to become completely illegible. This is a mutilated poem in the Hungarian artist and historian Geza Perneki's terms, meaning that there is no continuity between text and image, rendering it incapable of functioning neither syntactically nor optically. Thus, the meaning of the poem rests entirely on referentiality. Here, the traditional association of a newspaper with the transmission of information is destabilized. And this could be read as a comment on the transitional and uncertain period that began in Bulgaria with the fall of the communist regime. Sedev and Deister's initial exchange stemmed from the dialogic and oral preoccupations specific to the intellectual circles to which they belonged in Bulgaria. So by the time Sedev was producing this type of work, the time of these intellectual communities had reached its peak. So looking at Deister and Sedev's visual poems expands our understanding of language. Its expressive function becomes secondary as language becomes, quote, matter, primarily an object of phonic nature, then phonico-visual, free of the liability of signification, an instrument for the localization of poetry, end quote. Words no longer hide the art, rather they take back their original function as objects and acts. Understanding visual poetry as an act rather than simply a conceptual proposition, this aids a reading of Deister and Sedev's visual poems as a work of shared responsibility between poet and reader for the creation of meaning without paradox. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Alden. So our next speaker from panel 2 is Adrien Fix from King's College London, whose paper is entitled Museum Captions, Text and Image in Contemporary Artistic Practices. Adrien Fix is a PhD student in the Film Studies Department at KCL. Under the supervision of Dr. Erica Balsam, he is working on a comparative study of 3 European museums, the Centre Pompidou in Paris, Tate Modern in London, and ZKN in Karlsruhe, in relation to new media. Adrien currently holds a DAAD fellowship to pursue research in Karlsruhe, where he is part of the COSE research group at Karlsruhe Institute of Technology. He also teaches history of art and film studies at Université Paris-Cité and Université de Franche-Comté. So, welcome.
Good afternoon, everybody. My turn to thank warmly again PB and Rose, organizers of the conference, as well as the Research Forum for welcoming us and taking care of everything today. I'm going to discuss the captions in museums, which are an important aspect of both the text and image relationship, but also of the public's relationship with the artworks, as they constitute the first element of discourse available to the visiting public. And for this reason, they often hold a strictly descriptive function and give taxonomic or categorizing information. This information is often very assertive, authoritarian, as it is the only material available for the visitors, who have no other choice than to take it for granted. My point is that words, or written expression, let's say, are one of the tools that museums have at their disposal to affirm their authority, from the inventories in the early curiosity cabinets to the captions in museums and the academic articles in exhibition catalogues. Written expression have been extensively used as the legitimate mode to name, identify, and describe works of art. So in this context, some artists are invading the field of the captions to extend the perimeter of their work and criticize the way captions are made. I'm then going to try and understand the poetics and politics of museum captions as they are used in contemporary artistic practices, but also in curatorial practices, as the dynamic can also be triggered or encouraged by the museum itself. I'll then review a couple examples that we can try and identify different uses of the captions in museums today. So the first artist that I'm going to discuss is British artist Ed Atkins, who is mostly known for his animated videos and video installations such as Old Food, which you can see on the screen, a work that he has started in 2017, and which is composed of several screens of engraved panels hung on the walls and of clothing racks displayed in the exhibition space, some of which that you can see here. I say that it was started in 2017 because this work changes every time it is exhibited using material from the city the exhibition is happening in. For instance, the clothes hanging from the rack here are collected in thrift stores, in second-hand stores. The metal or wood pieces used for the panels are also reused from leftover material or from the museum's own furniture. And each exhibition is specific to the place it happens in. It's different when it happens in London, in Venice, Germany, etc. And what's of interest with this particular work is that Ed Atkins never includes captions in his exhibitions. He specifically asks not to have them. His works do have titles, descriptions, lengths, dimensions, but these are never detailed in the actual exhibition space. The only form of text that Atkins include in his exhibitions would be the text on the wood or metal engraved panels, such as the ones you can see in the background of the picture and on the left of the picture here. And what's very particular with these wall texts is that, they obviously mimic the traditional museum wall text in exhibitions that the public can use as mediation. However, they highly differ from the usual wall text on several aspects. They are not as clear, bright, and attractive to the eye as a mediation text can be. They have a dark tone, often brown or grey, which makes reading them not very easy and instinctive. And they also bear this artisanal, handcrafted look that raises an ambiguity as to what the status is. Is it a work of art, a mediation panel, or both? The content is also very different from what museum visitors may be used to reading, because Ed Atkins have actually asked a collective of art critics called Contemporary Art Writing Daily, that's CAWD, to write these texts without letting them see the works beforehand. So they are writing about works that they have never seen, only knowing the title of the exhibition, Old Food. And the result, here's another example, the result is basically a very impersonal text that is difficult for the visitors to relate to the works they see in the exhibition space, and which therefore does not fulfill its function as a descriptive or interpretative text. And by doing so, what Ed Atkins is doing is that it challenges intellectual authority by ironically making fun of people from the cultural field who are professionally writing about art, suggesting that they don't know what they're writing about, as if they had never seen the works. And in this case, the artist also confuses the work with its description in a very rich tapestry of wordplay and references, as he also cites other forms of written word, like for instance texts by poetry writers Antonin Artaud or Georges Bataille, such as the one displayed on screens, but still in a very not easy to read fashion in order to add more crypticism to the reference. So the very fact to call a work untitled, as most of Atkins' works are, It's already a way for an artist to resist the authority of third parties who will try and name or comment his images for him. By not giving a title to an artwork, by not naming an image, the artist avoided the fact that an art historian, a collector, an auctioneer will eventually pick a title himself and possibly hijack the meaning of his work. Many pictures, for instance, from the Renaissance or the Middle Age, did not necessarily have a title and were only given a title much later in collectors' inventories or catalogs when they were indexed because they had to be sold or were acquired by a museum. But this title was often very brief and would only describe the represented subject or theme. So giving a work the untitled title is a way to address this issue and to refuse someone else titling the work. So gaining back control over the written words and elements of language within the exhibition space and using the visual properties of the exhibition space, as Atkins is doing, is indeed a way for the artist to affirm its independence and intellectual sovereignty and to deliver his art in the most pure way possible, without any intermediary. However, one could also argue that it makes the exhibition very exclusive and less accessible, as the mediation that Atkins intendedly suppressed, and that may have its flaws, not be perfect, it can actually be of great use to many visitors, as it constitutes their first point of entry in the exhibition. So limiting the material to the works themselves and to no words at all, except for obscure references from literature with very few context, and even more ambiguous word text, it really makes no landmarks or reference points the audience can relate to and that can allow them to engage with the works in view. In the collective publication, The New Museology, art historian Peter Virgo theorized the notion of reticent object, which he describes would be an artifact the audience has difficulties engaging with. He writes, "The notion that works of art in particular should be left to speak for themselves takes no account of the fact that such works are, for most visitors, remarkably taciturn objects." End of quote. So leaving the works with no description at all, as Atkins is doing, can be either the responsibility of the artist, whose creative ambition he has for the work makes it difficult to understand, or of the museum staff, who does not make enough to help the audience engaging with the works, and consider that the works do speak for themselves. However, this attitude from museum professionals would really undermine how most visitors rely on this material to engage with an exhibition and how words can actually be useful to many museum visitors, as it is only a minority of people that are familiar with the works in view, that are familiar with the way to approach them, to criticize them, and there was actually a quarrel, an opposition between theoreticians and museum curators in the late 1990s, early 2000s, opposing two sides, one that believed that works should speak for themselves and that the museum's narrative should be taken for granted, and another, more driven by this new museology approach that considers visitors should be helped to engage, to connect with the display, and that written words should be a tool to do just that. So the more conservative approach was embodied by figures such as Philippe de Montebello from the Metropolitan Museum of Art in New York, or James Kuno from the Art Institute of Chicago, who believed that the artwork's main quality is the status of objects. In his essay, The Object of Art Museums, Kuno considers the museum experience to rely solely on, I quote him, engaging with works of art, especially in their most fundamental sense, as objects, manufactured things making claims on our close and sustained attention, end of quote. So for this reason, he believes that everything that is not related directly to the artifacts in view is to be cleared out of the museum. And he considered them to be, I quote him again, the many distractions we have introduced into them, the commercial, the alimentary, the promotional, the entertaining, the educational, even to the extent that it comes between the viewer and the work of art, end of quote. So in this context, the written word is used either to teach and impart knowledge that is not questioned at all, or in the second case, in order to educate and to allow each visitor to engage in his own way with the art on view. So there is this argument from the conservative side that if people want to read words, they can always buy the catalogue. The catalogue, which is another form of written words, describing images from a position of intellectual authority, and that may not be much more accessible. So as Virgo phrased it, the argument of the catalogue takes for granted a certain level of education and sensitivity on the part of the spectator, and makes no concessions at all to the visitors from other social and cultural backgrounds. So his point is that some visitors actually like to be given information or even expect to receive material. They feel like they are owed to receive something and can feel dissatisfied not to be told anything or to have to do the work themselves. So I'll now try and present to you a second example that may act as a counter-example in regard to how words are used in artistic practices. So this is called Digest by South African artist Candice Braitz. It was made in 2019, sorry. And Digest is made of 1001 VHS tapes on shelves in an atmosphere that brings to mind that of a video club or a multimedia library, an art gallery. And each and every one of these tapes is permanently sealed with a polypropylene sleeve and meticulously painted in black, except for one word of the title that suggests the original film contained in the tape that can't be opened anymore. And it draws on the memory and knowledge of visitors, not only of the word, but also of the type font and of posters of the film that they may have seen. For instance, Blade for Blade Runner, or Die for Die Hard. So in this case, as there are no more images on the covers of these tapes, the word becomes an image or substitutes the image that becomes part of what Rosalind Krauss would call the intermedia condition. The title, Digest, is also a single word and refers to the idea of an anthology of film, a history of cinema that would be materially represented in this installation as an archive, but also as an immaterial form of heritage, as in the memory and the feelings the audience have with each of these films. So being deprived of any form of visual material, these covers are not as effective as would be a traditional cover with a poster, with the actors being visible, an atmosphere, possibly an attracting punchline that catches the eye in a video club or in a store. So they have to rely only on one word. And since these are all films, image-based or moving image-based work of art, this installation is also about how a single word can convey and bring to mind a lot of images. So Candice Braitz also plays with the emotions associated with these words. She has a very subtle use of words and really pick the word that she will let be visible. She questions also the connotations of some terms when used without images. Some adjectives become imperative verbs or personal names, such as panic, love for Love Actually, panic is for Panic Room, or die for Die Hard. They immediately bear an imperative tone, as in you should panic, you should love, you should die. Or also the Blade of Blade Runner may also be confused for the eponymous film Blade. So there is a lot of interpretative play at work in this installation that may also be personal to each visitor, depending on the films you like and have in mind. And regarding the audience's response, it gives them actually more leverage, as they can relate these words to their own imaginary world and appropriate the exhibition better. This is very different from the use of words that was being made in the Ed Atkins exhibition, as there are no prerequisites for visitors who are more equal when it comes to the works on display. So this brings to mind another argument discussed through the new museology approach, this time by Margaret Lindauer, who distinguishes different profiles of visitors. There is the ideal museum visitor, the typical museum visitor, the occasional, and the critical museum visitors. And the critical museum visitor is a type of visitor who, I quote her, studies how the visual, written, and spatial features of an exhibition collectively implicate the visitor. So while he is visiting, the critical museum visitor is actively thinking about what kind of experience the museum has designed for him. And one could say that Ed Atkins expects every visitor to be a critical visitor, or at least that one could say his exhibition worked better with critical museum visitors who are informed by museum theory and interested to discuss it. Atkins himself is very critical of museography and challenges it with his own works. And on the other hand, Digest is easier to engage with, even with more occasional visitors who don't really frequently visit museums, as anyone can make anything out of it. So one very last example that I would like to review just to conclude and maybe go a little further on this idea of how visitors receive the words and how written expression is used in the museum is this last example, which is part of the currently ongoing exhibition in the museum I'm working on in Germany, the ZKM in Karlsruhe. So this is an exhibition about artificial intelligence called AI Tell You, You Tell Me. And the exhibition presents, of course, a couple of works of art using artificial intelligence, but also one that I'm not now going to discuss, which is not exactly a work of art, but more of a curatorial project called Flatware, Hardware, Software, Wetware, developed by the Hertz Lab, which is a research institute in technology housed at ZKM, which involves artists, scientists, engineers, researchers. And the project presents some artworks from the ZKM collection, paintings, photographs, screen-based works, any medium that is flat, that is the flatware from the title, without any captions, again, but visitors are introduced to a dispositive inviting them to use a chip that they carry with them, and then they have to insert it in this device, and they have to answer a series of questions such as, are you in an exceptionally good mood today? Do you trust technology to change the world for the better? Or are you particularly fond of pasta? And then the chip, based on the answers you give on such questions, there are many more questions. Based on it, the chip is loaded with generated captions that appear on the screen located next to each work when you connect the chip to it. So this is the device in the pink square on the bottom right of the piece of the screen. And the results are, of course, made of nonsense. Like this would be a work made in 8,429, and the generated captions do not only have nice words to say about this artwork, that would be a rather uninspired composition, and also is called, on the last sentence, a forgettable piece. So I will not disclose which artwork of the lovely ZKM collection this caption is about. But yeah, such a composition, such a proposition is in the middle ground between art and the education department of a museum. It criticizes our visiting habits in museums and our unconditional trust in the museum's authority. It also ironically and with humor imagines what the captions of tomorrow may look like, and it confronts the traditional captions to new media works of art. This work could almost function as an illustration of what John Hippolyto envisioned when he wrote his text, Death by Wall Label in 2004. And in this text he noted that wall labels and captions offer static data, static information, and that they are characterized by permanence. Whereas on the other hand, new media works of art are always in movement, they are dynamic and always changing. And he concluded that these two were not compatible anymore, and that the reductionist impulse of the caption would pose a threat to new media works of art, since they are so static. So he explains, this is in the chapter Fixity Equals Death, and this ZKM exhibition, where captions change all the time, where they keep being generated all along the course of the exhibition, may be one of the many ways to solve this issue he observed 20 years ago. So yeah, throughout all of these examples, I tried to show how museum captions constitute a great material of expression for both artists and museum curators, educators, mediators, and that words now go beyond their sole descriptive and categorizing function. Words are now not only used to describe image, but can sometimes be images themselves, and may also be taken as a crucial instrument to challenge and eventually change the museum institution. Thanks a lot.
Thank you very much, Adrien. So now we move on to our final speaker from our second panel of today, Bella Soan from the Courtauld, whose paper is entitled From Impressions to Intimacy, Joan Mitchell and Abstract Expressionist Books. Bella is an art historian, writer and editor based in London. Her current doctoral research at the Courtauld focuses on the influence of mid-20th century French publishing houses on contemporary American artist books. Professionally, Bella works directly with artists, galleries, and art advisors to provide historical context to the works of art within exhibitions and collections. Her recent projects include exhibitions at Sir John Soane's Museum and Design Museum in London. Welcome, Bella.
Hi, good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. It's my turn to say thank you again to Rose and Phoebe, and just to say that it's been a real honor to conclude a panel as a succession of such an amazing speakers and such amazing researchers. Today I would like to present you for your attention a case study from my research that focuses on the artist books created by John Mitchell. From her early childhood, John Mitchell observed the relationship between poetry and painting as it materialized in the personal relationships between her parents. In the artist's choice to become a painter, as opposed to pursuing both literary and artistic goals, Mitchell, however, showed a deterministic separation established in her mind. She felt that she had to make a choice between painting and poetry if she wanted to be successful in at least one of these areas. It came as an interesting prologue to an uneasy lifelong relationship she had with combining word and image within a single space, the overall concept of illustration and the collaboration between poets and artists. The artist's book made a persistent, although somewhat sporadic appearance in Mitchell's practice. She took part in creation of yet her relationship with the medium was never straightforward. The duality lay with the fact that the artist insisted that the work of art, whether it's a painting, a poem, a drawing, a play, should stand on its own, not requiring an interpretation, explanation, or illustration. Of Samuel Beckett, her lover and one of her favorite writers, Mitchell used to say that he doesn't describe anything. It's like a good painting. He doesn't illustrate anything. If something is green, you know it's green, but he doesn't say it's green. The signs of her dislike for the concept are evident in the words Mitchell chose to describe her paintings and drawings, in the apparent and almost violent hostility she expressed for art criticism or retrospective exhibitions. She used to say she doesn't want her life rolled out in front of her like a photographic album. For Mitchell, paintings were also already meaning and therefore did not have a residue of meaning that could be talked about. Her attitude can be at the first glance interpreted as a formalist inheritance of her education. However, it's more likely related to the artist's drawing and painting process. Even as an art student, she begrudged outsiders intervening in her artworks. Her first experience with Hans Hofmann was abrupt, as she could only endure one class under his supervision. She was sitting watching Hofmann erasing drawings, and she would say, I was sitting watching Hofmann erasing other pupils' drawings. Those were only drawings, but I kept wondering why and why and why. She presumed it to be an intrusion in her world, the world where only she held the reins. Mitchell incorporated poetry into her artistic practice in a manner that was consistent with her understanding of a work of art and her standing as an artist. The work of art for Mitchell is conceived from inside. Just some examples of her work. It's conceived from inside. It doesn't have a straightforward and direct inspiration point. While inspired by people Mitchell felt close to, or by nature, the work of art was always born from within, not just within her mind, but within the artwork itself. Her brushstrokes are continuously worked out from already existing lines and forms, making the work self-referential and finite within itself. Her line becomes both a realization and a source for the form and the idea. Her past as a bookmaker, however, shows a continuous and coherent evolution in Mitchell's way of engagement with the medium. From a role of passive participant, Mitchell played in the poems, her first book, with John Ashbery in 1960, where her artistic input was strictly limited to a set of lithographs, and her engagement with the text was almost accidental and solely related to her personal connections with Ashbery. In 1992, the artist has become an initiator and effectively a producer for Poems, her last book. from the choice of collaborators through to the materials, typography, and production process. The artist gradually grew to interact with the text on a deeper and more intimate level, reducing the distance between word and image in her mind and on the book page. So her first book, Poems in 1960, was done as part of a 4-book initiative of Tiber Press and designated a revival of traditional French livre de luxe by Gerrit Henry. Mitchell was asked to produce the graphic works in response to already pre-agreed set of Ashbery's poems. And the format and architecture of the poems distance Ashbery's words from Mitchell's graphic works. There is an example of the book page. And it's consistent throughout all 4 publications. The realm of poetry and art never cross. Each medium remains within its own space, and the artworks do not presume to interfere with the flow of the text on the page. Within the widely accepted definition of collaboration, this cannot truly be called collaborative in the sense that both the artist and the poet worked on equal grounds and in mutual dialogue. Initially, Mitchell ravished working independently from the poet. She never made an effort to adjust the process or to engage with Ashbery, although they were having weekly lunches at the time socially. Her graphic works were not meant to add to the reader's understanding of the words or enhance their experience. They were meant as reflections, decisively separated from the text in her first book, much like an observation or another reading, as Mitchell shared the feelings and memories the lines have left with her. The 5 silk screens, derived from the series of paintings Mitchell started in 1956, where the use of white became increasingly important. The lines are gestural, with the accent made on the interplay between different types of strokes and their intensity of interaction with the ground and with each other rather than the color palette. The color is indeed brought by Mitchell with caution, not to overshadow, but to reaffirm the interplay of black and white on the page. The ambiguity between the composition and the ground is only strengthened through a book page, and the presence of muted purples, blues, and greens and grays invigorate the white even further. The varying density of the strokes reflects the constantly changing rhythm of Ashbery's language. As a painter, Mitchell was meticulous in her mark-making, in the same way Ashbery was painstakingly precise in choosing the manner in which he expresses himself, while emulating disorder. Mitchell reflects the appearance of disorder within Ashbery's poems with the appearance of an explosion of mark-making within her own works. The curvature continuance of some of her lines, coupled with the abruptness and the shortness of the others, visualizes the poet's curvature of the language, where some lines unavoidably slip into the next ones, while others force the reader to pause while reading. For both creators, this is a primary way of conveying the underlying emotion exactly and authentically. In his review of the 4 volumes, Fairfield Porter singled out Mitchell's collaboration with Ashbery as because of her sensitive understanding and respect for the poet, coupled with the fact that her abstractions followed Ashbery's lightness of touch and underscored his words through the calligraphic nature of her mark-making and reserved color palette. Mitchell's muted and almost monochromatic palette acted in opposition to Ashbery's colorful verses. He used the color within his poetry to recall specific memories and smells and textures within the mind of the reader. In that sense, his approach is not far removed from that of a painter. What was important for the analysis is to understand the working process of production for the publication. In the letters between Ashbery and the publisher, Richard Miller, the letters shed light on the nature of interactions between the collaborators. Between June and September 1958, it's clear that the ultimate choice of the poems lay with the publisher, who worked from a list sent to him by Ashbery. The list, however, does not appear to be curated and simply contained, quote, everything of mine that I would like to publish and that hasn't already appeared in the book. The list was also sent to Miller at a time when Ashbery was unaware of Mitchell's graphic works. It's only in September that he mentions Mitchell sharing some preparatory drawings with him. Moreover, some of the letters indicate that Ashbery wasn't actually fully satisfied with the ultimate selection of the poems. He felt that Miller's selection did not work together. Quote, "Not that I sent you any poems I thought was bad, but I felt that some of them needed the nearness of certain others in order to look their best." As a consequence of that production process, Mitchell was not visually responding to specificities of the content and the themes raised by the poet. She was reflecting on the feel, texture, and resonance of Ashbery's language itself. The musicality of the verses and the tension between density and looseness in the interplay of the text. However, therefore, the graphic works should be considered a single creation as opposed to a series or succession. This is why the understanding was of the final selection and their order was crucial. The first time Mitchell actually allowed somebody else's work into her pictorial space was not until 1975. When the artist created her renowned series of poetry pastels, a series of drawings that the artist produced directly on top of a hand-typed text on a sheet of paper. Mitchell was adamant in refuting the idea of collaboration to Linda Nochlin. There was really no collaboration, she said. I just took the poems. The artist treated them as material objects, and her way of working with the poems is best described as physical appropriation. In a letter to a gallerist, Xavier Fourcade, in 1975, Mitchell describes the initial drawings as a book project with J.J. Mitchell, a young poet and a dog walker for her. Initially, Mitchell asked J.J. to type the poems up on a separate sheet of paper, after which she cut out the poems and attached them to the drawing paper herself. The direct collage-driven intervention of the textual element first appeared about 15 years before then in her sketchbook, while she worked on the graphic works to accompany Beckett's play Embers. Mitchell deconstructed pages of Beckett's book and reassembled them inside her sketchbook on top of an esquisse for a drawing. Interestingly, although deconstructed, the book page retained the overall structure, as Mitchell purposefully retained the rectangle of the margin as part of the collage element, which also included the page number. From the way Mitchell worked with embers and from the earlier poetry pastels, it follows, earlier shown, although late, it follows that the artist treated the text geometrically in terms of its placement on the page. Not thinking about typography yet, nor does she pay attention to specific words. Figuring out the physicality of the interaction between written and physical elements, Mitchell appears to treat a piece of text as an external input, not to be altered or experimented in any way. From Beckett's page, Mitchell appropriates even the empty space of the margin, element she clearly considers important. It's not her empty space on a page, it's his. This theory is further substantiated through Mitchell's comments to Nochlin. She said, the poem is typed, so it's a rectangle, right? Or what? Or a long thin, or short fat, or whatever it is, and I placed that on the page so that it's white. It is in the painting, you know. Her wording leaves the author of the poem out of the equation. The authorship, or even the content of the poem, seem to have lost its significance once it enters Mitchell's pastel drawing sheet. What stayed is the shape, the geometric imprint a poem made on the paper. And then in relation to that shape, I do color abstracts. I've pasted the poems on. I didn't like the collage effect. Fucked a lot around with that. I had a good time. The artist worked directly with the form of the object that intervened with a piece of paper. It got transformed into a physical thing. But then further into the series, the collage element was abandoned by the artist, and for most of the drawings, Mitchell would just direct JJ's typewriter to the space on the sheet. By typing out the poem herself, Mitchell metaphorically replaces the hand of the writer with the hand of the artist, therefore reclaiming her pictorial space back. John Mitchell's archive in New York holds a set of acetate sheets with the poems typed onto them, onto a transparent surface in different locations. The use of acetate indicates that the treatment of the textual component didn't change, although the route to the decision did. Much later, in 1992, Mitchell would follow the same technique while working with Nathan Kernan on the poems. Kernan remembers witnessing this process in the Tyler Graphic Studio. I do remember going to the studio and seeing the proof of the prints up on the wall with the proof of the text pinned here and there. She was trying the words in different places, not terribly different, slightly different. For Mitchell's last book, the final selection of the 8 poems was a mutual decision between Mitchell and Kernan, and was in a significant way shaped by the sudden death of their mutual friend, James Schuyler. The correspondence between Kernan and Mitchell at the time shows Kernan sending several poems to the artist, and their thought process in making the final choices. The overall project was led by the artist in much more ways than any of her previous ones. Contrary was working with Richard Miller in 1960, who had been the one making the final decisions. It is clear that in working on poems, Mitchell took charge of every single decision concerning the publication, including type of font used. Quote, she was insistent that the type be sans serif, because I think I had suggested a serif type, and she said that it was too European. Her wording suggests that it is clearly thinking about the traditional livre d'artiste and purposefully moving away from the aesthetic. Kernan confirmed that was indeed her intention. Quote, in doing this book, she really wanted to get away from what she called that fussy French style of books. The lithographs produced by Mitchell are reminiscent of her poetry pastels. She worked closely with Tyler on a new technique that would allow the strokes to retain the luster and the boldness of color while achieving a texture of pastel crayon in a lithograph. She appears to have drawn a direct line from the drawing she produced in 1975 to the collaboration with Kernan. The strokes are intimately touching the verses without being superimposed onto each other. As always, Mitchell respected the space of the poet. However, each page presents a perfect cohesion between word and image. The eventual concept was for the graphic works to metaphorically hug the verses, essentially giving them a cushion of color to lean on. The poems are never placed on the outside of the space. They're encosted in the middle, and the rebellious dynamic strokes of color resemble a theater curtain, just slightly risen to reveal them. The shared space of the book page became a mutual ground, a point of unity, and a platform for both voices to speak equally to each other, rather than a space in between. Initially disinclined to share her own creative space, but also not intruding into the poet's space on the page, Mitchell gradually intensified the depth of the visual repartee with her collaborators. Ultimately, she allowed not just the verses, but the poet into her space, his presence as equal to her own. The capacity for such transformation within a single artistic medium demonstrates the complexity of an artistic mind that is determined and driven, yet versatile and open. And echoing Nathan Kernan's word about the artist that he spoke to me, that she told him to take responsibility for who or what I was, or at any rate gave me something to focus my heretofore all too vague aspirations on. And the hope is that John Mitchell can do the same for every viewer who has the courage to look at her works with the openness of the soul they demand. Thank you.
Thank you so much. If the 4 speakers could return to the front, we'll now begin the Q&A session. Great, well, thank you. What a fascinating group of papers. And a great contrast to the first panel, which I really felt kind of considered the ways in part in which texts kind of dictate the function of an image, or the ways in which image can destabilize the specificity of text. Whereas the second panel kind of perhaps presents maybe a little less fractious the relationship between image and text, focusing on the ways in which word and image can be blended or can become kind of inextricably linked actually to disrupt, impose, enhance or convey meaning, and also particularly with Bella and Rada's papers, the way that the ways in which image can be text can be consumed as image and vice versa. But I'll stop speaking now and see if anyone else from the audience has any questions for the speakers. Yes, Sarah.
Yes, I've got a question for Alex. Alex, I was very interested to hear about your PhD project, and I wondered to what extent you knew or you actually asked the people who are in control of the people who write the captions at Tate that every caption has to be understood by a 13-year-old, what shall I say, young person. You are, because I mean, obviously when you were talking about people in general, you were talking about didacticism and levels of education without saying that specifically, but I mean, that is something that is completely alien to the Pompidou Center writers, for example.
Yes, absolutely. I was not. Yeah, first of all, my name is Adrien, not Alex.
Oh, sorry.
No worries. Adrien Fix, maybe that's why you.
Adrien, yes, I knew there was a wonderful X. It's a lovely name. Sorry.
So yes, I am indeed aware of the Tate's policy on captions, and I believe that the Tate, on many regards, not only on captions but also on the way the display is organized, is one of the museums, the contemporary art museums, that shows itself to be the most conscious of the new museology principles. So that's specifically why I didn't pick this example, this museum, to speak about this quarrel that opposed both museum professionals and art historians. The thing is, Tate is really a minority, is really a standalone case. Most museums still have very monolinear and monolithic captions that are not easy to understand. So Tate is a great example, Tate modern, I would say, but Centre Pompidou, as you said, they are nowhere near this point. The ZKM is a bit in between, but I would say the majority of museums are still in the old way. But yeah, thanks for mentioning Tate.
We have a question over here. Yeah.
Just an addendum. Tate written on so loud Cornelia Parker to write her own captions recently, which is another position that you can actually have between artist, audience, and the institution itself. And it was extremely interesting because the relationship went well beyond the descriptive quality of the traditional wall text.
Thank you.
Thanks all. My question's for Rada, and I was really struck by Goethe and Deiser's work on Goethe. And I just wondered, could you tell us a little bit more about the sorts of texts that have been repurposed within the context of Goethe? Because the one thing that I saw when I was looking at it is a lot of those seem to be like paperwork, blank forms, right? And those, you think about paperwork and blank forms, they are kind of routines of compliance. So there's ideas like semiotics and escaping this and this. It's a very specific type of language assign, right? So yeah, what are the other types of texts being repurposed in even the envelope, right? You know, I mean, that's a routine of compliance. You can't just write anything, stick stamp on it, send it off, right? Like, yeah, so what's in those books?
So he usually took texts like, as you saw, like telegrams, which are, you know, it's a form of text that circulates, as well as library sheets, and also circus posters. So that kind of like reflects his general interest in mail art at the time, like mail postal art at the time, which was a growing network during the late 1960s throughout to the early 1990s. Goethe is like a kind of like a very early example of this interest he had in materials that could easily circulate as much as print works usually did before. So circus posters, things that will be seen by the public, or telegrams, or even like library sheets with like lots of names and just basic information. So because he was very interested in that reduction of information to stripping it to the bare minimum in order to convey the message as quickly as possible, and hence also his idea of visual poetry was immediate impact on the viewer rather than having to think about what the work actually wants to say. So I think, yeah, these materials kind of played a very, very important role in his early development in that respect.
I have a question.
Hiya, my question's for Benjamin. I really enjoyed your paper, but I just wanted to ask, the examples you spoke about were girls, Spivak, Martinez, World, and Francis Howe, which she never read it. So is this like a experiences to gender?
Yeah, that's a really good question. I think specifically for this project, as I'm connecting it with some of Cavell's work about the unknown women, I guess as a larger part, one thing that Cavell mentions in his texts, and perhaps it could be a tad polemical, is that with the advent of sound in cinema, we sort of get this invention of the consciousness of women, which is an idea that is impossible to unpack right now. But this idea that the history of American cinema sort of is a way of finding a consciousness or a voice for women, especially within American cinema. So this project specifically within this like liquid modernity or Nova effect, specifically for this, connects a sort of through line that Cavell talks about and Tanya Maletsky talks about, this sort of like, how do women in American cinema sort of understand themselves within the text. But the project at large wants to then invite in how would the Nova effect sort of understand race relations, in which like Baldwin's text on cinema with Devil Finds Work comes into play, and then Wittgenstein's philosophical investigations on language and how that can affect marriage within the Nova effect. So this particular chapter is definitely focused within this through line of Maletsky and Cavell's work on American women in American cinema.
Question here. Thank you. Sonia.
I don't really know who this is for, but I was actually initially struck at the beginning with the ideas of film philosophy and this. I was thinking about quotability and in specifically the placement of these images within worlds that have largely been historically dominated by language. And this idea that could there be in the future maybe a shorter kind of exploration date for the ideas that are unpacked with these more kind of image-focused explorations of ideas, given that quotability seems such an important part of idea transmission from person to person. But the placement of images in that kind of discourse makes it seem a bit like it always has to go back to the artist in order to come to a new person. You can't really quote a picture of an image in a way, or an imagized work.
It's a really good question. Somebody wants to start with that. Who wants to risk it?
Well, I think for my things in particular, for like visual poetry and things, I think it will always come back to the original object. But the idea behind a lot of the work that, for example, Leisler did was not about the artist, but about the work traveling to the viewer. So basically all the material that was taken out of original context and decontextualized and recontextualized was to be handed to the viewer. So it wasn't about the artist anymore. It was about what the viewer would make of the relationships between these materials that the artist, whoever he is, has arranged in new ways. So in a way, I think, yes. I think it will remain. I think it remains relevant for things like that, which really very much rely on the contextualization. And it's like it's not about the artist anymore.
May I also add my attempt at answering your question, bouncing back and forth? As far as I'm concerned, I can only say that museums are only one of the multiple activities that people are now socialized into doing, and that one of the very important issue with leisure and free time is that in this post-spectacle era, you don't live only for yourself and to experience an activity, but also to make sure that you will be able to share it afterwards. So when you speak about quotability, I do believe that either museum curators try to tailor exhibitions so that they can be quoted in everyday lives, or that visitors seek for activities of recreation that they will be able to share with others through social media or elsewhere in their social circles.
Yeah.
Thank you very much to all of the speakers. My question is actually for Bella, and it was a wonderful paper. I enjoyed it very much. My question is around dedication and apostrophe and kind of the lyrical ways in which Mitchell dedicates, or at least titles, paintings to poems. So Ode to Joy, Frank O'Hara, Hemlock, Wallace Stevens, Lewis with Schuyler. And I wondered how you see her work in comparison to the, say the poem Pastels, where it's the integration of a particular poem within her own work, as opposed to a work which uses language, title, in order to express something.
Yeah, no, this is a great and kind of separate area which is within that work as well. So as Poetry Pastels, the fascinating part about them that she actually gifted all of them after she was done with them. So those were about, I would say 35, 37 of them were produced in total, and she utilized the works of about 5 poets, and she basically sent them out after to all of them after she was finished. So there is a separate kind of part of my work where I look at how her line and the way that she expressed that the pastel medium on the sheet changed because of her intention of the work to be gifted, which is not necessarily the same as dedication. She didn't think of it in the same way as what she thought about when she titled her works after the poems or after her dogs, for example, that also she was famous for. It's a different way that she would think about that. So when she titles the painting, she thinks of a person when she kind of creates it. But when she uses the poems, she thinks about the kind of the relationship between her and the poet, if that makes, it's very kind of subtle, the kind of difference, but there is a bit of a difference. Yeah, this is definitely something that is being explored and kind of a very big part of actually Mitchell's way of processing her personal relationships. Anyway.
Do we have any other final questions? Well, if not, I think thank you very much to all our speakers from panel 2. That was great, and thank you for all such excellent questions.
It's good to see everybody back. Thank you for re-emerging after tea and cake. For those who didn't hear me introduce myself briefly earlier, I think most people did, but just in case, I'm Caroline Levitt. I'm Senior Lecturer and Head of the History of Art Department here at the Courtauld, where I focus on 19th and 20th century interactions between word and image, kind of across media, notably in France, but a little bit beyond that sometimes as well. And I've been asked by Phoebe and Rose to chair a panel of speakers this afternoon. So we felt that in a kind of cross-disciplinary, cross-department conference, it would be very strange to have a keynote from one person. So hopefully this kind of conversational format will be an interesting way of digging into some of the themes and ideas that we've seen emerging from all of the really interesting papers that we've had so far. So thank you once again so much to all those who have spoken. It's been really fascinating. And I think there's been a lot of links kind of gradually emerging from that, and hopefully we can pull at some of those threads through what we're going to do. Before we attempt any thread pulling, I'll just tell you who I'm joined by. So we have Angel Luke O'Donnell, who is lecturer in liberal arts and quantitative reasoning education at King's. We have Nicholas Halm-Grovas, who is lecturer in film studies at King's, and Alex Bovey, who is professor of medieval art and executive dean and deputy director at the Courtauld. Now, each of our panellists has been challenged to bring with them a single image, and I kind of wished after I had advertised this challenge that I hadn't made it quite so tight, because then I had to try and adhere to it myself and I failed, but you can see that in a moment. But I thought that what we would do, rather than me attempting to give a biography of each of our speakers, would be to invite them to introduce themselves via the image that they have selected, essentially. So maybe say a little bit about who you are, what you work on, how you approach word image studies, and use your image to present that to us. So we'll each do that for about 5 minutes, and just to subvert the norm of today, we're going to go chronologically. So we're going to start with Alex. But you can move it on now.
Okay, so I thought, what could I bring to a group like this, so diverse in disciplines and periods and subject matter, that would entertain and delight all of you? So I brought an image from the Book of Revelation, and from a very, very fine one, known as the Trinity Apocalypse, that named for its home in Trinity College, Cambridge. And it comes from about halfway through the last book of the Bible, which, as I'm sure you probably all know, describes in words a vision, but a vision that is sort of missold as a vision, in the sense that it's very multisensory. The protagonist and author of this text, John, begins almost every verse by saying that he's heard something and he's seen something. And in this passage that is that we see the corresponding image to here, there's also an emphasis on tasting. And I thought it would be interesting to bring along, because I feel like in a discussion about interdisciplinarity across chronologies and word and image, thinking about the hierarchy of word and image, and especially what images can do that words can't, and what words can do that images can't, is quite important. And in my work on medieval manuscripts, there's a constant tension between those two things. And then also, as an art historian, as many people have acknowledged, Mitchell, Bryson, I think Hayden White is probably another person that I'd cite, have talked about the complexity of our position writing about art and history. I mean, not all of us are art historians, but at least mine is an art historian, in that we're constantly engaged in a kind of failing act of translation, taking the nonverbal and turning it into words, and about history and art history as being a literary practice. So here's my attempt to summarize some of these things in a wonderful image. And it comes from a page of a manuscript made in the mid-13th century in about 1250, probably for the King and Queen of England, during a moment where there was a kind of craze for standalone, highly illustrated books of the last book of the Bible. And this is one of the very finest that survives from the kind of English 13th century context. Let me just kind of talk you through what we've got here. We've got the tail end of the verse, the previous set of verses of the Book of Revelation, and then the illustration. And if you were to look at the opposite page, you'd see the French passages of the Book of Revelation together with a commentary by Baron Gauda. So they were a text that travels with almost always at this time with another text explaining it, and then additionally with a set of images where the artist has had to rise to the challenge of translating words describing a vision into images. And in this passage, I'm just going to show another detail. It also has comic book style, the direct speech within the passage of the text, held in panels by the different characters. And I thought I would just, I mean, I assume all of you immediately know. I'm sure you've committed the Book of Revelation to memory, as have I. But I'll just read you the accompanying passage in a translation from the Latin Vulgate. And the I in this text is John, who's having the vision. See if you can identify John. And I heard a voice from heaven, again speaking to me and saying, "Go and take the book that is open from the hand of the angel who standeth upon the sea and upon the earth." And I went to the angel, saying to him that he should give me the book. And he said to me, "Take the book and eat it up, and it shall make thy belly bitter, but in thy mouth it shall be sweet as honey." And I took the book from the hand of the angel and ate it up, and it was in my mouth sweet as honey, and when I'd eaten it, my belly was bitter. And he said to me, "Thou must prophesy again to many nations and peoples and tongues and kings." So it's a text, or a set of texts, and an image that tells you to eat a book, and that it will be delicious, but it will also make you sick, and that your reaction to this experience of the delicious, sick-making book is then to write another book that describes the experience that you had of eating the bitter-sweet book. And it seems to me that this manuscript in general, but this image in particular, touches on some of the problems that are interesting, at least to me, in terms of word and image studies. What job of work do the images do that the words can't? Why would you need to illustrate a text like this? What's the purpose of this extraordinarily expensive, complicated, intelligence-consuming activity? And also, does it test us to think about whether we're right to use literary analogies to describe the process of looking at art? Do we read images? Is it the same thing? Is visual literacy the right way to characterize the ability to interpret images? Are images a systematic language that operate semantically and semiotically and culturally in the same way that visual images do? And I would suggest that the makers of this book thought that words actually operate in a very different way than images, which is why they took the trouble to make these images. And moreover, that what they're trying to do isn't simplify the text. This is not an act of simplification or explication. It's, I think, a visual act of complication, one that is trying to get you to read more slowly and more thoughtfully. And in fact, once you've read, to stop and think, rather than, as we do, to consume and consume and consume. So it's an image of somebody literally consuming a book that is trying to convince you not to think of yourself as a consumer in the 21st century way of rapid consumption, but in a very different way of slow reading and slow looking, and maybe trying to consider the difference between a vision and a reading experience.
Thank you very much, Alex. Amazing. I think you did it in 5 minutes. Thank you.
Did I?
Oh, yeah.
It's a miracle.
That's a miracle. Maybe 5.5.
It's only because I lost my notes.
Thank you so much. I think next we're going to move kind of seamlessly on between people, and then we'll see what the common themes are. Is that okay? So I think next we have Angel. Do you want to go up there, or do you want to sit down?
I'll sit here, and I think it's if everyone can hear me.
I think you can use that to when you
I've already got one
you've actually
image,
managed to get one image.
Oh, sorry. Look, yeah, I never managed that.
There we go. Great.
But yeah, so as long as just give me a wave if I kind of drift off in terms of volume or anything like that. But yeah, so and I've also scripted it because otherwise I will lose my thread. But yeah, so my contribution to this roundtable will be based on my training in the history of the book, or what is also called the material text studies. I'm really interested in the materiality of intellectual exchange, so much more logocentric. The physical medium through which people exchange ideas. So print, paper, and publishers are really interesting to me. And to kind of bring this perspective in, I'm going to walk you through a material text analysis of this image here to kind of illustrate some of the issues that we care about in this material text studies. And then I'm going to kind of conclude by broadening out that analysis into some of the conceptual framework that informs my research into the approach to word and image dynamic more generally. Okay, so this image behind me first appeared in a 1764 pamphlet called The Squabble, published by Andrew Stewart in Philadelphia, Pennsylvania. And the image is a woodcut, and the Squabble was a cheap 8-page octavo pamphlet, so a very cheap form of print. I won't go too far into the weeds on the historical context of 1764, other than to say that this pamphlet was one of 110 titles published that year, which altogether made up the largest printed debate in colonial American history. So this image appeared at a very febrile moment of public debate. As a material text scholar, what I want to draw your attention to is that this image appeared in 3 other titles published as part of that debate. It is the reuse of the woodcut from a different publication. It's the reuse of this image that really stands out to me as a material text scholar. So the woodcut first appeared in a pamphlet published earlier in 1764 called Nosum Nosorum. In its first appearance, the woodcut was a caricature of a prominent politician called John Dickinson. The woodcut was carved specifically for this pamphlet. The words in the pamphlet referenced the woodcut, and the image itself was an integral feature of the verbal satire. So that person with the big nose is John Dickinson. It's a very specific character. This is a relatively straightforward relationship between word and image. The image gives you a visual gag, ha ha, big nose, and the words mock Dickinson playing on that visual gag. However, this brings me to the image here. The woodcut appears 2 more times. The first is this one in another cheap pamphlet called The Squabble, and again in another cheap pamphlet called A Baddle, a Baddle, a Baddle, a Squirt. These are satires. So in The Squabble, the woodcut is used to mock the Presbyterian, who is one of the major political factions in Pennsylvania, and it opposes it against the Quaker, the Quakerian as it is here, Corin. So these are the 2 political rivals that exist in Pennsylvania. The next time this woodcut appears, it's actually literally cut in half, and only the big nose character appears. And this time, the target of the satire is a Quaker. So it's literally flipped the target of the 2 satires. What's interesting to me as a material text scholar is that the woodcut has lost its specificity. It's no longer a caricature of Dickinson. It was at once a caricature of a Presbyterian, and then another time shortly afterwards, a caricature of the Quakers. In terms of the word-image relationship, this woodcut illustrates that different verbal frames can alter the interpretation of an image. The same image could be satirized either side of very polarized sectarian politics. And to make sense of this relationship, I'm interested in the act of compilation entailed in printing these pamphlets. I regularly consider how our specific texts, both words and images, group together into a single publication. What happens when you compile different texts together? How does that change the relationship between word and image? And what does that mean for each of those individually, right? And I chose this image to kind of dramatize how compilation affects the word and image dynamic. But thinking about compilation also prompts the question, who is doing the compiling? And the key insights for me is that all 3 of these texts seem to have been published by Andrew Stewart. So basically Stewart published the first time, he owns the woodblock, and then he publishes 2 more pamphlets. Stewart is interesting because he was a very unscrupulous publisher. He would let other printers put their neck out on projects, and if something proved popular, he would swoop in, print his own edition, and scoop up some of the profits. And what happened here is that some unscrupulous behavior was evident in The Squabble and A Baddle. In both cases, Anthony Armbruster, another person in Philadelphia, had published the first editions of both The Squabble and A Baddle. Stewart then comes along and publishes his own edition, each time adding in this woodcut. So this tells us that the woodcut is not an integral element to either the words of The Squabble or the words of the A Baddle, since the first editions did not have them, and that it was Stewart, not the author, that decided to compile the new edition with the woodcut. Furthermore, let's not forget that Stewart was using a woodcut specifically created to satirize Dickinson. I argue that the act of compilation we are looking at here in this image was driven forward by Stewart's commercial interest more than any of the original authorial intent of word or image. I think that's really kind of interesting way to think about the word-image dynamic. So added compilation, and kind of by way of conclusion, there's one more quick concept that I want to throw into the mix, and that's this word of paratext. I think this is a paratextual image. And the word paratext is kind of really important in material text studies. Paratexts are supplementary texts that are subordinate to the main text. I'm drawing here on Jacques Genet. Paratexts include things like title pages, content pages, errata, appendices, indices, coders, things that help the reader parse the material in their hand. Paratexts are produced in service of putting an author's words into the hand of the reader. I want to bring the paratextual image into this roundtable discussion as a special class of image. In this case, the woodcut, the paratextual image, puts the text into the hands of the reader by making Stewart's pamphlet more appealing, the more appealing edition of the same words. It is a commercial paratext. In contrast, I would say the same image in the case of Nos Nosorum was not a paratext. The woodcut was part of the main text and created specifically for the pamphlet. Although it resembles the word text relationship of the squabble, words followed by image, it's a different class of image. And that's why I think paratextual images are interesting, because they exist in a kind of liminal space of the world and the reader. And the world of the text, they exist in the liminal space of the world of the reader and the world of the text. They hint at the kind of economic and commercial realities of the word image hierarchy. And that's what I'd like to bring to the discussion. I've got a few other examples, a few other concepts, and I'll bring those out naturally. But yeah, commercial paratext and images that way. Thank you.
Amazing. Thank you so much. This feels like an episode of Just a Minute, doesn't it? Yeah. Well done. I think you also did it.
Historical bibliographer edition of
I think it's my turn, and I'm probably going to fail on the time frame. Let's see if I can fail my own challenge. Okay, so I am going to show you one image, but I'm going to show you a couple of different iterations of that image, if that's all right. I hope that it is. Tough luck if it's not, okay? There's some paratext in here, there's a bit of hierarchy, there's all sorts of things. I've been especially interested lately in the way that the verbal and the visual interact in mapping, and also in the materiality of the written word. And there are various other routes we could take that idea of materiality down, I think, including legibility, for example, and we can maybe come back to some of those things in a moment. But I wanted to show you this image, which is something that I've spent quite a lot of time with, or at least it's one of a series of images, which is where my problem lay, really, as to which of those images to show you. So this was created in 1982. It's by a French artist called Pierre Alashinsky, who is still alive. And it is an image of a woman's face drawn over the top of a map of Paris. Now, this particular iteration was published in a very famous art journal called Derrière le Miroir, which was edited by the Magds. Marguerite and Aimé Magd were art collectors. They were also editors. They drew together a whole load of avant-garde artists and writers. And it was through them, really, that this project happened. This particular version of this map was produced for the 250th issue of Derrière le Miroir, which was kind of an anniversary issue in deference to the Magds, who had just died. So my reading of this suggests that this face, and if you put it along with photographs of her, I think it's probably reasonably concrete. I suggest that this face is Marguerite Magd, effectively, and that this is made in deference to her. And you can see, if I show you, I have actually got, there you go, I've got this here, just so you can sort of see the material qualities of it. It's very cheap. I've got this on eBay for about £10, okay? This is a 1970s edition of Tarid's Plan de Paris par arrondissement. You can still buy this. It's a map that will guide you around Paris. And in this edition, you could take out individual maps and you could look at them, and then you move on to the next arrondissement. So one of the key things with these is that you don't move seamlessly between the arrondissements. You have to change map when you want to move areas of Paris, which I think is quite fascinating. And speaking of paratext, Tarid also has this interdiction down the side of it that says that any reproduction in any format is against the law, and that you will be prosecuted if you reproduce. I don't think anyone's ever actually prosecuted Alashinsky, but he goes quite defiantly against that. The other thing that Alashinsky goes against, I think, is the arrondissement format itself. When Napoleon and Haussmann were remapping Paris in the 1860s, they cut it up into 20 districts. And I think that idea, if you look at the etymology of the word arrondissement, then it comes from the idea of rounding. It's what we do to stones when they are eroded on the beach. You lose something of the edges of the stone. It is arrondi. It's what we do in maths when we lose a little bit of the precision of the data. We round a number down or we round a number up. So that kind of rounding process tells us something about mapping in general, which is that all mapping is a form of rounding down, right? So when you get a diagram of a street in the format of a map, you get something that is inherently losing some of the data of that street, some of what there would be to experience if you were actually on that city street. And I think all of those ideas are quite important to this as a project. So in the image I showed you just now, which I'm claiming is Marguerite Magd, you can see that the Gare de l'Est becomes her lips, and the Hôpital Saint-Louis becomes her necklace. So the red is quite important. Now in 1983, Alashinsky published another version of this particular arrondissement. So this is arrondissement number 10, along with 19 others, or well, 22 actually, because some are split into north and south, in this format. So this is a book, and you can see that they're reproduced in black and white, so you lose the red. But alongside this, in the luxury editions, this is not the luxury edition, alongside this in the more expensive version, you would have had the arrondissement as an original colour lithograph as well. So you've got several different formats and versions of the map appearing. And what's really interesting about this book edition is that it is published alongside texts by the poet, the writer, Gilbert Lascaux, who was a friend of the kind of Oulipo group, the experimental French writers of that moment. And he writes something that are described as le légende, the key to the maps, effectively. So these are described as wanders across Paris, randonnées lithographiques, lithographic wanders across the streets of Paris, with step-by-step le légende, their key. So the text that Lascaux writes to go with this image is the key to the text. And therefore it seems right that we not only read the map itself with all of its words on there, and words inherently contain, maps inherently contain words, don't they, which have an authority and speak to all those ideas about hierarchy. Bigger roads have bigger text, sometimes capital text. You can tell a lot about the typography, from the typography of a map, about how an area has been broken up, and the kind of hierarchy of roads and things. But alongside that, we have to then read and map onto that Lascaux's text as well. So we've got several layers of text and image taking place here. And in this version, spot the difference, we don't have Marguerite Mag's face anymore. We have two other faces. And we're left wondering whose faces they might be. They look a little bit ghostly, a little bit spectral. And if we read the text that Lascaux gives us as a key, we discover he's writing about a dermatologist at the Hôpital Saint-Louis, which is in this arrondissement, who works in his military doctor's uniform to cure the local leper community. His name, Alibert Bichat, is in fact a combination of the two roads which run into each other at the corner of the Hôpital Saint-Louis, the Rue Alibert and the Rue Bichat. So the doctor is a local myth. He is fabricated from a reading of the local area map itself. And along the railway, we are told, presumably near the Gare de l'Est, thin military administrative officers cough their lungs out onto the rails. Their noses are the colour of the Légion d'honneur, and perhaps that's the closest that these administrative officers will ever get to receiving such a high honour. And so in this version, the elegant face of Marguerite Magd has been replaced with the emaciated forms of either lepers or, more likely, the officers themselves. Their noses formed from the red sections of the map, and the hospital itself being in the cross format of the Légion d'honneur medal. And there's a sense of humour and irony and irreverence there, which I think is also rather sinister. So Alashinsky undercuts all sorts of things. He undercuts the interdiction on copyright. He undercuts the mapping process as a whole. Maps are supposed to tell you where to go in the city, and you actually can't use these now for the purpose they were intended for because they've been obliterated in places. But instead, he gives us a kind of narrative over the surface of that map and perhaps reinserts some of what has been lost by Napoleon and Haussmann's rounding down. And in other versions of this, in other arrondissements, we find that Napoleon comes under it rather in different ways. There are references to other literary figures like Apollinaire or Raymond Queneau. All sorts of different literature is referenced in that volume. But I thought this map in particular, especially with the iteration of Marguerite Magd, was quite nice for speaking into that idea of reuse as well, which Angel also mentioned. So I think there's quite a lot of text and image in there, and I'll stop talking now and pass over to Nick. Thank you.
Yeah, so the image I've chosen is this photograph of an artwork, and the words I'm thinking about are the title mainly and the description, which is a work by Caroline Lazard called Cinema 1, Cinema 2 from 2020. And the title, I guess, functions partly as a caption that proposes a sort of interpretive field for the work, and it kind of nominates the work as an example of cinema, despite it being a kind of seeming to be a sort of found object made up, a kind of sculpture made up of found objects, working in a kind of like ready-made tradition. Ready-made has been named. I teach in film studies. I think for many people coming from film studies or philosophy, the title might evoke the title of Gilles Deleuze's books on cinema, Cinema 1 and Cinema 2 from the 1980s. but labeling the work as cinema also might suggest certain works kind of in the history of avant-garde film, or kind of on the fringes of that history. And I mean, Lazard is someone who comes partly from a background in experimental film. There's references to the history of experimental film in some of their other works, particularly structural film. And they also make films in a more kind of conventional sense. But the works I'm sort of thinking about that are kind of evoked here are things like Tony Conrad's Yellow Movies from sort of 1972, 73, or Anthony McCall's long film for ambient light from 1975. So, for example, Conrad's Yellow Movies is a work where he painted these large black rectangles in the sort of same proportions as a cinema screen onto photographic backdrop paper, and then he painted them white, but with a sort of cheap paint that he knew would kind of yellow over time. And then, so the works are kind of then nominated as like extremely long, extremely slow films as the color of the image changes. And when the paintings were first shown, that they were shown not in an exhibition, but it was called a screening, and it was at Millennium Film Workshop. So that work and the McCall one and the Lazard one involves kind of defining a work as a film, I think partly to bring out some kind of cinematic quality in the object that might otherwise not have been noticed. So the fire effect that these products, I guess, produce is made by the projection of light onto water vapor. That's how they actually function. You know, and so this sort of work, I guess, draws attention to kind of material and space and context and architecture, and to a kind of attuning to a different experience of time as well, I think. And Lazard's work as well in particular, this is often a kind of link to thinking about concepts like queer time and crypt time and so on. So I'm interested in this work by Lazard partly because of a kind of broad interest in the kind of legacies of experimental film in the present, and in the kind of movements between film, contemporary art, and writing as well, particularly theory, but not only. And in the kind of also in this troubling of the distinction between kind of meta-language or meta-discourse and work, which is something I think the title is doing here. I mean, so for context, the current project that I'm finishing, which is a book, is on Laura Mulvey and Peter Wallen's films and writing. So they're kind of theorist filmmakers, and they also define their films as theory films. So they're interested in kind of problematizing this distinction, but in a kind of different way. But as well as that, with Lazard's work, I'm kind of also interested in thinking about the concepts of structure in the way that people might talk about like structural racism or structural ableism and infrastructure, and whether they might be kind of productively connected to the category of structural film, which is something that seems to be at work in Lazard's artworks, not just this one, and also some other kind of contemporary artists that I've been thinking about. So also Ghislaine Lung's work seems to do some quite similar stuff, and also there's this frequent reference to the history of experimental film. So in relation to that, then the kind of the title of Cinema 1, Cinema 2 also suggests certain things about, for example, someone watching this in their home, right? Because this is a kind of also a sort of domestic object, and perhaps watching it because they can't afford a TV or to go to the cinema, or because they're not easily able to move, either to turn on the TV or to go and do something else. So the title, as well as this kind of more formal historical reference, I think is also encoding stuff to do with class and disability. And in particular, I guess, like in the context of thinking about the gallery, you know, where there's often this idea, which comes up a lot in discussions of film in the gallery because of the difference between like the theatrical screening and the gallery, you know, it's often talked about the ambulatory spectator that you sort of is assumed to be in the gallery, but I think the work here, sort of the spectator that's kind of being evoked isn't necessarily that, and there's, I think, a kind of interesting thing there. The last thing I want to say just more broadly about word and image related to these last ideas was maybe a kind of parallel between this with the kind of the naming / description and the work itself and their relation, and a couple of other things. So one being the closed captioning of moving image works. So like written text that transcribes dialogue, but also so not just subtitles, which usually just translates dialogue, but closed captioning, which transcribes dialogue, sound effects, music, which is kind of typically done for sort of accessibility purposes, and which is a form that in at least one work Lazard uses. There's this very interesting film where they used layers of closed captioning. And similar to that, written descriptions, written sort of descriptive captions for images that you get, and like alt text. So you get this on Instagram, for example, right? Like you have an image and that's followed by a description of the image for like accessibility purposes. But what I think is interesting about this, which I think Lazard's works enact, but it's also a broader thing, is the way in which these descriptive captions often, they kind of go beyond just being about bringing kind of non-sighted or partially sighted people like up to the level of like what a sighted person can see in the image, and they actually, you know, become a kind of commentary on the image or a kind of interesting continuation of the work that's kind of playing with the boundaries of the image, or a kind of analysis already of the image. So yeah, that's kind of what I had to say about this.
Amazing, thank you so much. I think we'll just have a quick round of applause for managing to get so much into 5 minutes. That was phenomenal. Thank you so much, everybody. I've been moved so that you can see the images, but now it looks like I'm being really unfriendly, so I'm going to move right here. There are so many ideas that have come out of there, and I think one of the fascinating things is that actually, in many respects, all of our disciplines, I think, are inherently verbal visual, right? We write words that relate to pictures that we are looking at. We attempt to express an analysis of those images via words, whether that is ekphrastic in some way, descriptive, or whether that is analytical. There's a collision between words and images, and I think Nick has just explained for us very beautifully, really, how film is such an inherently verbal, visual medium. And I think everybody's already touched really on some key ways in which word and image studies might go beyond those kind of inherent links. We've had words like hierarchy, things like quotation, which came up earlier, but I think the idea, I mean, that comes out to me quite clearly here, this idea of kind of quoting something else within the artwork and referring to something. The accessibility of words and images, or images versus words, or whether one is more accessible than the other, I think is a fascinating way of looking at this as well. So all sorts of different ideas that have come up there, and you would have picked up other things. Is there anything anyone would like to kind of dig into a little bit more? What do word image studies mean for us that goes beyond what our disciplines already kind of naturally do? Is there anything you want to go into a bit more? That's not too big a question.
Yeah, I think Angel would like to answer that. I mean, it's interesting to me that word and image studies have quite sophisticated bibliography that, for me anyway, seems to suddenly stop. You know, like it was super hot when word and image was founded, and you know, words for pictures was published, and you know, the kind of sense of and in my field, manuscript studies, it felt like it was really sizzling. And now I think it maybe has moved on, but not reformed. And so this conference to me seems quite an interesting one, because it seems to have brought together so many different moments without necessarily us thinking about the theoretical, or articulating the theoretical underpinning frameworks, and whether we still accept the words the word image divide, and how different it is. I think, Nick, your comments on the Instagram captioning are so interesting, that they operate as a commentary, which is in effect what some of the words in the Trinity Apocalypse do. They even have sound effects. Like if the text tells you that there's thunder, there'll be a caption that goes, thunder, thunder, and another one that goes, lightning, lightning, so that you've got that kind of, but I don't think I think it's for inaccessibility purposes, though, actually. I think it's like unpopular culture, what I work on. It's for super elite, hyper literate, the top 1%, which is maybe a bit different than...
Obviously, they're in the scale,
Yeah. Anyway, that didn't answer your question, but...
Well, no, but it is, I think it does. I mean, it was meant to be a springboard as opposed to a finite exam paper question, really. And I think time is something else that comes out of that, isn't it? The durational, the idea that the image is seen all at once, whereas the text is absorbed over time. And actually, that I think we would counter. I think we would look at the image and we would say that that is absorbed across time. And I think certainly in the case of cinema, that's a succession of images that you have to watch in a succession of time, in order, in the time that has been assigned to it by the filmmaker. There's a kind of control there. And I don't know, is that true? Is that how you think about it in film studies? I'm not sure.
Yeah, maybe. I had some other things that I thought people were talking. One was I was thinking about the day as a whole and the kind of lack that I perceived of like semiotic terminology in the way people were speaking, which was quite striking given the subject matter, and I was wondering about that. I mean, I actually thought I think you were showing an image with the thing that's like the comic book, but instead of there being a kind of arrow, there's like a person pointing, and I was thinking about the pointing as like the index, like in C.S. Peirce, and also like in Jacobson in language as something that's like moves between the two things. But that then made me think, actually, I haven't really heard anyone using semiotic terms today, and I was struck by that. I don't know if anyone has any thoughts about it. A couple of other things that I thought of were, so one of the questions that we got was about word image is often understood as a hierarchy, and the question I had was, which one is the privileged term in the hierarchy? Because it's not clear to me. Like, I think that's quite context dependent, right? I mean, I think that is often the case, but it really depends on the field and the way of thinking and these sorts of things. The other thing I had, maybe this is a bit of a weird tangent, but I noticed the title of the conference seems to be word and image, but the panel titles are all word/image, and I wondered if there's something, the thing we haven't talked about so far is like the term between the two sides of the binary, right? And I wondered, like, maybe that's also something to think about.
I was just thinking then about the durational, and the way in which, to get to Karen's point about kind of the book as a way to kind of pace things out and forcing you to kind of progress through a series of ideas is what it wants you to do in a many sort of way. Like there's materiality there as it's kind of holding you up at the beginning, and then you have to progress through certain things in order to get that, like a dedication, certainly in the earlier periods, and that is a durational aspect too. But then also your point also about the kind of which of in the hierarchy, I can't help but answer that as a kind of materiality question, right? Which is that actually images tend to be slightly more expensive to produce. I would put it out there. Something of Katherine, your work too, right? Those images are more expensive than the typecast on the other side, right? Like, and does the kind of economic reality that actually images are quite expensive comparatively to words actually give us a sense of it? And yet I also think at the other side too, I think words are more prestigious intellectually. I don't know. I mean, I think there is a kind of there's a weightiness to words that are given. I think we're very logocentric in the academy. I think everything we do. I was struck by your phrase, "a failed act of translation." I think that's true. You know what I mean? I think actually think about how hard you have to work to get an image into certain publications, and I think there's a gentleman over here who talked about the kind of visuality of text as something that was interesting to him. One of the things I want to do is talk about how formatting is a really interesting way to change the interpretation you have of words. That's a visuality of it, but actually because you'd have to present that as an image of a text, the publishers are slightly more resistant, you know what I mean? Like, because they're more expensive, you know what I mean? Like, it's easy to typecast my words. But yeah, so to me, I think the hierarchy is slightly economic, slightly sort of prestigious as well.
Do you think that it's also flipping around? Because in the sense that, you know, I mean, you talked a little bit about Instagram and social media and stuff. You know, in the course of my career, I mean, when I started out, if I wanted to work on a manuscript like the Trinity Apocalypse, I had the options of go see it, look at a microfilm, or look at a few images some grainy images that someone had published. And now, you know, assuming that Trinity hasn't been hacked or whatever, I mean, you know, painful question for British Library dependent people in the room, but, you know, you can see the whole thing, it's zoomable, it's absolutely extraordinary. And then that also cashes out in this highly, you know, visual social media context, which I kind of feel like is reconfiguring how we all experience and think about whatever hierarchies and the logocentricity of the academy. Like, world's moved on from our circus, you know. People can't even assign long novels anymore, you know. Like, when was the last time you all read Wordsworth's Prelude in full? You know? Anyway, so I think that there's something about our moment as well that means that a lot of what people were saying about word and image, even in the 80s and 90s, maybe feels, I don't know, do you think a little date stamped or maybe?
Yeah, and I think the idea of reproducibility has changed, hasn't it? And it often used to be the reproducibility of something that would make it cheaper. The more mass-produced it is, the cheaper it is. And perhaps the index here, the place where these things collide, is the manuscript, because that is it is writing, and therefore writing is inherently quotable and reproducible in multiple forms. We don't worry if it's not in the original handwriting usually. But actually, if you wanted to buy the manuscript of something, then it would be incredibly expensive, and people will flock to see the Shakespeare folio or whatever, because it is in manuscript form, and yet you can buy Shakespeare's complete works down at Waterston's.
That's a printed book.
Cheaply, you know.
The folio
is a printed book, yeah.
But I mean, the folios is that they have this status because there are supposedly very few of them. I mean, not really, but there, you know, and they're all the copy-specific information has this kind of cult of the unique thing. You know what I mean?
And actually, images in a reproducible society are no longer a unique entity and are no longer as expensive until you want to publish them in an academic publication, at which point.
Or until you NFT them and use carbon-consuming NFT technology to.
Yeah, and I think that the way in which sometimes we will display books, the Shakespeare folio is a bad example, but I don't know, the Proust manuscripts, for example, were recently on display at the Bibliothèque Nationale in Paris. When we display something that is actually written text as an art object, we kind of speak into that relationship between what status it has, don't we? And I think that idea of what you were saying about word as image, word and image, word in image, word slash image, word versus image, all of those kind of ways of articulating it are really fascinating. And hierarchically, I think when Mitchell first thinks about that, he's speaking into the notion that actually language is the proviso of an educated society, right? So the hierarchy is that language has the upper hand. Language will stamp its authority, whereas images perhaps are less stable in some ways. But I think all of those relationships have been destabilized by all of the images that we've shown in many ways. Yeah.
I was thinking about the thing you said about the cost, because that much more applies. I feel like this is kind of implying this, but that applies much more when it's printed onto paper, right? But like when stuff is circulating much more on the internet, actually that is less of a factor and creates a context where images circulate much more as well, right? On the other hand, I was like thinking about technology in like a much earlier sense, and like the invention of the printing press and the effect that had with like, I mean, I was wondering, like looking at certain things that people showed, like with like movable type, you have like a material codification of the distinction between like word and image or written word and image, which is different from when like if you're like you're kind of going directly onto paper. Do you see what I'm saying? Does that make sense? So yeah, it's kind of interesting to think about these like different technological and like economic contexts that like keep recalibrating the distinction or the relation. Also, literacy is another thing that I was thinking about in relation to this history that feels like important.
Yeah, and literacy that cuts across languages as well, right? You might be literate in your own language, but actually you might then struggle to read another language that you don't speak. And actually I wonder, if translation has an interesting part to play. I don't think we've really talked that much about translation today. I think, well, Katherine, you showed you showed some translation. Obviously, we've got some Latin to English translation going on. But actually that problem of translation, the problem of inexactitude and untranslatability in certain contexts, I think is really
There's
interesting.
also, I mean, one of the things that is quite interesting, I think, about very complicated and hard to understand images, arguably like the ones in the Trinity Apocalypse, but we can all think of lots of examples of them, is that, that I was thinking about as I was kind of preparing for today, is that within the Christian tradition and across the arc of the Middle Ages, a kind of perennial problem was that the second commandment forbade the making of graven images. And what that meant is that there was constantly a cycle of prohibition and iconoclasm on the one hand, and on the other, of asserting the legitimacy of images. And the most repeated trope in terms of the legitimacy of images in the Middle Ages was the 6th century Gregory the Great thing, letter in which he defended images as being, images in churches are the books of the illiterate. And I think that sort of sets into motion a set of assumptions that somehow the images are the easy thing, actually. And actually, I don't speak Japanese, but I can totally see that that's a mountain, so I understand it, kind of thing. Whereas, I think, arguably, it's easier, I mean, like all of us here at the Courtauld seem to have spent a lot of years trying to learn how to read images and still can't quite do it all the time. And I think that in a way, one of the things that at least medieval artists taught me is that it's actually arguably easier to learn to read words than it is to read images. And it's partly some of the semiotic challenges, that the lack of fixed meanings, the plasticity. Does this mean that in visual terms? I mean, those kinds, we keep trying to make dictionaries and things that pin down what this means in relation to words, but the images always float free of those attempts, I think, and I mean, most of them do. But anyway, I think that's a kind of perennial thing in our culture, that from children's books, that the images help you to read, but arguably it's the words that help you to read the images. Yeah.
And I was thinking too about uniqueness. And the role of unique objects, right? And I think that I think yours is a unique object that you were looking at. Mine was specifically reproducible. Yours is specifically reproducible, as in you would actually have a version of it. And then I suppose, Nick, I was thinking about kind of, is this unique? As you say, it's a found object, right? Like, what is it? Is it reproducible? Would anyone notice if you reproduced it, right? And to me, I often come across uniqueness in the assumption that goes with it. Books are assumed to be the same everywhere. You know what I mean? Like, yes, there are different editions everywhere, but it also means if you ever want to digitize more than one edition of a book, absolute resistance. No one's interested. And even when you go into the archive sometimes to say, I want to have a look at this book, until you've built up a little bit of a trust with them, they go, that's on the website. And you go, well, actually, no. I mean, I'd like to look.
I'd actually have some copy-specific questions I'd like to ask, and everyone parts like the Red Sea in front of you.
Which is true, right? Like, that is a key question to pose, right? Because again, there is an assumption that the book is reproducible, whereas I think that, certain things are viewed reproducible to a greater or lesser extent, and other things are not.
Like there's a big difference between a Gideon Bible in a hotel drawer and Donald Trump's recent edition of it that unfortunately I haven't yet seen. Maybe we will. The British Library, if it ever starts functioning again, they should have a copy on deposit. Yeah.
Yeah, and I think what is it that we lose when we look at the digital? Partly we lose that sense of aging you were talking about, the yellowing of paper in particular, but also you can see that in other media. You can see that in the film celluloid, for example. You can see discoloration. You can see it in the reproduction of the Taré piece that I showed with Marguerite. Her nose is yet less red in that reproduced version because it's older. You lose something as time goes on, but that is something that we gain in terms of material.
Well, for me, two big things: scale. Everything is screen size, and the second thing, and this might sound weird to the non-medievalist, early modern book people, but is smell. Because medieval books, I mean, I sound like I'm boasting, but it's really no boast. You can definitely smell the difference between a Latin manuscript and a Greek one. You just can. And like there is like in John's vision, he's always like, I mean, he's eating the books, which is basically prohibited, I suppose. But you know, that kind of sense that words and images are material in scalar terms, but also in other sensory terms as well. I mean, and everybody knows that. If you sniff a book from your child, you know, you will have a kind of like a Proustian crisis.
But it will take on something of its life, won't it? The life of the object becomes very important. Yeah, absolutely. And I suppose that circles back to your
smell.
the library. The library, I mean, it could be
Book sniffers should be the next.
Book sniffers. Okay, so if there's a kind of historiography to word and image, and if there's a set of bibliographic sources that maybe we all need to look to, what is the future of it? Is there any value in continuing to study word and image as a kind of entity? What is it? Is it an approach? Is it a methodology? Is it a field? What is word and image, if it is anything? Or is it dying? Which might be a problem for today.
I think I feel like there's a kind of renaissance underway in the sense that, I mean, so many, I just look out in the room, so many people are holding pens, you know, and writing a word and drawing require the similar mechanical skills, you know. When you write with a pen, you're basically drawing the words, you know. And I feel like a recovery of the sense of the value of making and materiality and also the fact that you don't have to wait for someone to do it for you. Like if you want to make a loaf of bread or draw a picture, you could just, it kind of was a resurgent thing when everyone was a bit bored and lonely in the pandemic. And I feel like that sense of like do-it-yourself creativity that also I think was a real feature of like the punk 1976 kind of transformation. You want to read a magazine about an obscure band that no one else likes, well, make it yourself. I feel like we're kind of in a way returning or have returned to that. And I feel like that could and should be very generative in thinking about not just how we think about words and images now, but also how we think about the status of words and images in historical periods when people's relationship to material artifacts was different to ours. You know, I find that very enriching. I mean, like, people are interested in typeface again, you know, like if you ever see on Instagram anybody using a letterpress, it has like 20,000 likes. I mean, what's going on? You know?
And I think part of that resurgence, part of that renaissance is actually technological, and the fact that now we can see, you know what I mean? Like the visuality is much easier, it's less elite. You know, you don't have to go to an archive in some other ways. It's getting cheaper to reproduce these images, it's getting cheaper to access these images, you know, being able to kind of see different versions of a book. Actually, people are, although I say, you know what I mean, like sometimes they're not always welcomed. It is there starting to kind of be easier to access. You can very idly, oh, actually I do have a question about that, and you can travel to many places around the world, many archives that otherwise would not be closed off to you. And I think that's also having a slightly, I was going to use the democratizing, I don't like that word, but it's also being reflected as an increasing interest in popular culture too. There are now individual archiving projects of very interesting moments where people are going out there and having a look and wanting to collect it. One of the things that I am actually interested in are the perverse relationships between word and image, where things that should be, you know, much more subordinate actually have an effect on it. There's a really famous example from the Goosebumps. You remember those horror stories by R.L. Stein? Well, the way that it used to work is that R.L. Stein used to write it, and then he used to tell the title to the book designer of the cover, right? And there's a really famous example where it's called Say Cheese and Die, where basically the book cover designer took a picture, drew that off his own thing, where it was a kind of scene of skeletons in the garden with a photograph on it. And R.L. Stein said, that doesn't match anything in my book. So went back and rewrote the book to do that. And all of these are coming out because people, you can all of a sudden start to archive these things. Yeah. And it's cheap to do. And I think it is having an effect of bringing it down and lowering the bar of access so more people can do that. So the future's bright, I think.
One of the things that struck me, I think, I teach an MA option here called Wordplay, which looks at word and image. I think one of the things that has struck me recently is the number of contemporary artists who are using books as entities in their artworks. Actually, the book somehow seems to kind of stand for something that is often a little bit nostalgic. I mean, people like Anselm Kiefer, for example, or even Yinka Shonabari with the British Library, which I'm sure everybody's seen with those books covered with the African wax fabric, Dutch wax fabric. And I think that idea that a book comes to stand for a life, it comes to stand for something that is universal that we can all comprehend, and yet actually we're looking at the objectness of that book, we're not looking at the words within the pages. And I wonder where narrative goes, and content and subject matter and storytelling perhaps. We're sort of telling the story without actually reading the words very often. We use the books as the storytelling objects and they become the picture book without us actually having to enter inside pages. So I wonder if sort of books and the materiality of words are taking on a new life within contemporary art as a kind of moniker for something, often identity actually. I think it seems to speak into a lot of the ideas that we have about migration and identity and place. I don't know if that's true of what anybody else is working on, but it certainly seems to be a theme for me.
One of the most interesting uses of the book in contemporary art that I can remember is Hannah Black's exhibition at Chisenhale, which is like these, I think there's like 1,000 copies of this book, which is like transcribed conversations, and they're like, they were piled up in the middle of the room, and it was unclear whether you were supposed to pick them up or not. But around the room, like on the floor, there's all this like shredded paper, which is actually the contents of the book. And then around the room there were these like shredders, and so you're basically being given some books and some shredders and not being told what you should do. So you could take the book and just put it straight into the shredder if you wanted.
Did you?
Or you could, no, I took it home. But and also there were these like stuffed toys which had been stuffed with the content. So it's like the linguistic matter becomes like various things, right? Including like just matter that just fills an object, or like something that's just kind of like broken up or disintegrated and on the floor, but also something you can take away, and is also sculptural because it's like they're piled in like a cube sort of shape, which I feel like speaks to some of these things. The other thing I was thinking about, I mean, I think it's the thing about the future. It's a really hard question. I mean, I think one of the things, I don't know whether that metric or method, word and image, how much, I mean, like as an art historical thing, that seems to make sense, but like for like present conditions, I'm not so sure, even though I think both word and image still seem really important. And I was wondering about the category of media or something, which like also now in film studies, like I've been to a lot of presentations recently where people use media in a very expanded sense, like, you know, air conditioning as media, or this sort of thing. But like, I was thinking about something maybe like more environmental or something, like in the way you encounter word and images, like very surrounding or something. And it's also video is part of this as well, right? Like Instagram is not just text and image, it's moving image as well, and you navigate it,
Or like a David Bowie sense of sound and, you know, sound and vision, like, or the sight and sound.
Yeah.
I think defunct BFI, is it, the sound and image still exists?
Sight and sound.
Sight and sound.
It still exists.
Yeah, okay, good. I just haven't read it for a long time. But yeah, I mean, that kind of, you know, they're thinking about the sonic as part of, you know, because not all, in film especially, the non-lexical sonic is, you know.
Yeah, words aren't always written. We had a little bit of sound this morning, didn't we? We were thinking about kind of inarticulate sound, particularly groans and cries and laughs and that kind of thing. But I think sound as word is really important, absolutely.
You've also made me feel guilty for not bringing up numbers. The word image, where numbers fit into this. I also
we draw the line at numbers.
We don't do numbers here.
I also remember once catastrophically misunderstanding what a conference was about because it was called Food in the Archives, and because I'm a very specific and literal person sometimes, I literally thought it was more instances of food in the archive, and rather it was more archival sources about food. And I was thinking about...
Did you give a paper?
No. Did I intended it? I instantly sat down and realised I'd made
I'd love to hear a paper though about a mouldy cheese sandwich that someone had left in a library. That would be great.
Yeah. Well, we've moved on from word and image to media in the expanded sense.
Maybe this is a good moment to see if anybody else has got any questions to pose to us. Is there anybody who'd like to comment on this? Yeah, go for it.
Yeah, I did. It's actually about, sorry.
I wonder if Benjamin ate in the Bibliothèque Nationale. Fascinating. Sorry.
Hi. So I've been looking at the Caroline Lazard image now for a while. The thing that struck me actually when you put it up was the relationship between the phrase infinite duration and the object itself. Now, of course, one of those objects is going to die before the other. And fire also can never be of infinite duration, which means the crisis cannot be of infinite duration. So the fact that one of them will die, crisis, the world being on fire, cannot be of infinite duration. Now, in one way of reading that image is a sad one. These two partnered objects, one will die first. And the other one of reading it is that one of those is a cinema that shows the possibility of the world constantly burning, and another one is a utopian space where it will not constantly burn. So that got me thinking generally about all the four papers, and the question generally of the relationship between word and image and preservation. Alex, you said that in your manuscript, this is a precious object that uses its images to ensure its continued preservation. The woodcut has ensured, which was your subject of interest initially, Angel, ensured the preservation of the otherwise doggerel text, which is meaningless. And the maps, which will be superseded by the destruction and rebuilding of Paris Embassy, are preserved by their condition as being an artwork. So what is the relationship, as you see it, between the interplay of word and image and the concept of preservation within the context of ecological change or creative destruction? Thank you.
I brought the apocalypse, so do you want me to...
Alex.
So one of the ingenious things about the medieval people generally didn't, the books of the Bible generally didn't circulate in single volumes. They generally, not always, single volume Bibles sort of come into being in a big way in the 13th century. But nevertheless, there was a sense of an overarching narrative arc, beginning with Genesis, the beginning of the world, and ending, not just with the end of the world, but also the end of time. And so that's the story that this manuscript tells. And it's of all, it's something that I think is very resonant for us now, maybe now in a way that it even wasn't, 30 years ago or something. The idea that in the 13th century, at various points, around the year 1000, lots of people thought the world was going to end either in 1250 or 1259, and then, when it didn't, there was a certain amount of disappointment, I have to admit, well, somebody said they're what's wrong kind of thing. But this sense of being very occupied with the sense of yourself at the end of time was, we're not the first people to feel like that. In fact, probably every generation does to a certain extent. And also even the sense that, but this time it's true. And I think maybe one of the things that we might think about this is that some of these, it's interesting, I was thinking about the British Library, a lot of the manuscripts I work on have been, I've got so reliant on the digital facsimiles, and they're not available now. They may be in September, but the striking sense that, I don't know if the facsimile of the Trinity Apocalypse will be available, will survive until tomorrow. I know the manuscript can survive. I know a parchment manuscript can survive, I don't know, what's that, like off the top of my head, 1,500 years, maybe 2,000 years, confident in that. So I think that kind of sense of, a kind of material preoccupation with the end of time, and also the idea that you're making something that you're making for, I don't know, to give to your wife, or you give it an apocalypse as a wedding present, I guess, something like that, a delightful little thing. But that you actually know that you're making it for posterity. Like, I don't think that the people who made these manuscripts would be surprised at all that we're still talking about them now. I think they knew that they would have a very long shelf life kind of thing. And I don't know, about kind of, I guess what I'd say about that in general is that we have something to learn about how previous generations have faced the inevitability of cataclysmic conclusion, and the way that they did was to just keep one going, one foot in front of the other, pull their horns in, dig in and keep going. And I think that, that is one of the lessons of this material culture. But the other thing is, I think that for me seems very important is the ephemerality of the digital, that we've invested over the past 25 years, billions of pounds, billions and untold billions in digitizing everything. And we know actually that is actually not a carbon safe thing to do. Like a manuscript, like it's like zero, it's net zero, but the facsimile of it is not net zero, audible book, all this is very, so I wonder if there's a kind of moment when we'll return to the material artifact rather than the digital one, the electricity consuming one on my lap. Anyway.
I mean, there's a certain irony, I think, in the way that we preserve some things. So certainly modernism, postmodernism has a sense of something being superseded, being kind of tantamount to its meaning, effectively. I think Alesinski is very aware of that, Lascaux is very aware of that. When they draw over something, they are superseding that thing, and they fully expect that in turn to be superseded. And actually, when you turn Marguerite Magd into the two emaciated officers, you're thinking about two different people walking the streets and having a different experience of that city. And actually, that experience is probably one that we can't quite have now because the city has changed in its urban scope. I think the idea of superseding versus the idea of preservation is a really fascinating one to consider in terms of what different artists at different moments or different writers at different moments have had at the heart. Certainly when Picasso was producing his collages, Breton famously commented that he relies on the yellowing of them. He knows that that's going to demonstrate time. Degradation is I think when you draw over something, you immediately make it more fragile, actually.
I was going to say, I mean, I think that image exists to us today from a series of very utopian thinkers. Stuart does not care about that image. The very fact that he cuts that woodblock in half tells you he does not care. This is ephemera, and when they were done with it, they'd have used it to start fires, they'd have used it to stuff other book covers. This is trash to them. But what happens is you get some people like Pierre-Eugène de Saint-Métier who goes, oh, I'll keep that. And then he keeps a really important record of, he's invaluable because he writes where he finds ephemera and says, oh, I got it from here. And then even then, it then gets filmed in the 1920s, 1930s by Albert Bonamy, who says, oh, great, microfilms come along. I'm now going to film this. That's where you get the black and white image of this from. And then Redex comes along in the 1990s and goes, well, hang on a minute. I could digitize that, put it on a CD, and so again, they have a different utopian vision than Albert Bonamy, right? And then even then, that image exists in another way from the Library Company of Philadelphia, who've turned it into a digital object as part of a compilation of digital texts around this sort of thing. So I think there's a series of utopian visions that are kind of believing that preserving these things, preserving these in their original context, are themselves an important thing to do. And I'm saying that holding myself being involved in a digitization of the Royal Archives in Windsor, right? So let's say, I've sat and talked to and been inspired by these utopianist visions that there's something here that's, by preserving this, we're doing something good. And so I think that kind of pushes against the fear that, these things degrade and pull away, and people who see this much more disposable as well, that I think is in tension with one another.
I don't have a specific, I thought the question was very interesting, but I don't think I really have anything specific to say apart from that I really loved your description of the work.
Yeah, really evocative. Yeah, thank you. Any other, we've got a couple. Let's have, come over here and then we'll have Rose. Yeah, thank you.
One thing, when you're asking the question about the future of text and image, is to keep in mind, as text and image dematerialize, is that there's one material which is constant, up to this point is constant, but may not remain constant, which is the human brain. And the fact that text and image are processed in the human brain up to this point, in the right and the left hemisphere, it would be really interesting to see how, in a world where images dissolve and text dissolve, but whether and in what form that would actually affect how the human brain is going to process this new hybrid. And another sort of cross-institutional collaboration that might be useful to do is actually to get some neurologists in, and because there's already studies have been done how our reading habits have changed and how our memory has changed, whether we are actually reading on screen. I mean, I'm talking about text reading on screen, And I would have thought this is a sort of future field that could be really, really interesting.
That's really interesting, thank you. Yeah, really good point there, I think.
Thanks so much for such an interesting discussion. I just had a couple statements / questions, I suppose. Firstly, Alex, you mentioned the semiotic challenges of images, and Caroline, you mentioned Picasso's collages, and that sort of, to me, really encapsulates this idea of a semiotic challenge of an image where, I don't know, is a guitar, or is it a table in these images that he created? But also, it seems to me that there are semiotic challenges with words as well, and I'm thinking particularly of, poets like Mallarmé and the problem of translation, and also Rachel's paper, which kind of drew upon the idea of these Persian words having a kind of vocabulary associated to imagery having multiple different meanings. And it sort of seems to me that kind of what's come across today in various ways is the fact that meaning can kind of be fixed and also elaborated when text and image come together, and sort of only then. And I'm thinking particularly of Nick, your image, and also Adrien's paper, which kind of, to me, had quite a lot of connections, the idea of a title influencing the meaning of an image and the way that museum captions influence our experience of a visual exhibition. And also just another kind of, so that was my first sort of comment. And then another statement, another comment I kind of had, Nick, you mentioned hierarchies of word and image, which again is something that's kind of come up in many different ways today. And I think, for me personally, in my research, I've always read that text kind of comes above image. Not necessarily that I think that, but that's just what I've experienced in my own research, because text is so specific in a way that perhaps an image can't be. But also there seems to be a hierarchy of accessibility. I know that Nick mentioned accessibility a lot, which I thought was really fascinating. But the fact that, particularly with my research, studying Proust and Rert, I can read Proust anywhere. I have my copy of it. It's also digitized, and I can read it, on the train. I can read it right now. Whereas I can't go and see a Rert painting right now because many of them are in private collections or in New York or wherever. So I think there's also that innate hierarchy with the study of literature or poetry and the study of artworks that perhaps isn't something that comes up so much with film as it's something that you can kind of access quite readily. But these are kind of statements and questions that, I wonder if you have any responses to those.
This is maybe more of a manuscript era kind of comment, but it'd be interesting to know if post-printing press people have a similar thought. But when a scribe is copying a text in a manuscript, their job is to copy it as exactly as possible, maybe to correct a couple mistakes, but basically they're not making a new text, they're making a copy of a text. But say they're working with an artist who is doing the same thing, just copying the image, but they're not. But the status of the copied image is that it is in fact a new image, whatever the case, however accurate, it's a new image on some level. And I've often been fascinated by that. Like, if I was to write out a poem, I wouldn't be writing the poem. But if I copied an illustration of the poem myself, did my own drawing of it, then I would be the author of that drawing, if you see what I mean. And I think there is something quite interesting about what it means, and in practical and also theoretical terms, to copy a text and to copy an image. And I think that they're actually, they start to divide quite quickly in their status and in some quite interesting ways, a bit like the copy-specific printed book. But I can't make a Rert, but I could make you a copy of the Proust. Do you know what I mean? Maybe that's just restating the problem that you raised.
I was just gonna, but with the Proust, it has to be translated. If you don't speak French into a language you understand, I suppose is one thing I was thinking. You have to be able to read, which is obviously you learn to read images as well, but I don't think it's quite the same. And I mean, I agree with all of what you said as well, but I was also thinking as well about maybe empiricism and the roles given to sense perception versus conceptual thought, and with the second of those being perceived as an abstraction that comes from so they're the sensory perception has the primary function, right? Or that is the privileged category in a way. And then more like discipline specific, I was thinking about like the history of experimental film, where there's quite a strong in certain areas, like modernist aestheticism, which is about like expunging language and narrative from film and to like create a kind of purely visual art. And there again, like has quite a sort of anti-word emphasis, I would say.
I wondered, so one of the things that I didn't expand on is that both of those pamphlets that I'm talking about are themselves ballads. So they tell you, put this to the tune of something else. So, you know, they are kind of dictating the way in which those words are meant to be kind of performed, right? Like there is an assumed performance too that I think does kind of affect the things that go on. So again, there's something about the words too that's, you know, you have to have a certain semiotic, a hypertext, you know, that you're supposed to fit that onto as well, that I think is really kind of important. And those ballads would have been picked because everyone knows what they are, but how many of us now really sing Jolly Toper? You know, I won't give it a go, but you know what I mean? Like, so there is a hypertext. There is a hypertext.
Yeah, and I think, I mean, titles are interesting as well, actually, and we haven't come back to that particularly, but sometimes we find that the title has sort of almost become the artwork in modern art. Think about, I don't know, Jenny Holzer or Barbara Kruger, who recently had the show, The Serpentine, where actually the text is the artwork, essentially, and it's superseded anything else visual that might go with that. And then in terms of translation, I was just thinking back to Rachel's paper with the Persian script, or the Japanese characters that are included in the ukiyo print, that actually I can't read as anything other than decorative script. I cannot translate them into words because I simply don't read those. I'm not clever enough, I haven't learned those languages. And so actually we sometimes do read words in the same way that we read images. We view them as merely decorative when actually they've got meaning.
But they can have words that you can't read, even can have much more of an effect than the decorative in the sense that, so say in like a lot of medieval stained glass, there's a lot of words, but it's just too high up to read. So even if you could read the Latin, they're there for some other reason. And you know, one way of thinking about it is that they're there to transmit a kind of authority that words give, you know, to signify.
Also do,
they signify words.
Yes,
you know,
even an artwork that is called untitled.
But I mean, the other thing, I mean, so much of this was sort of summarized rather brilliantly by the painting Cécines pas une pipe, you know, like the problem of the word and the image is, anyway.
I also think, again, the words aren't there as well, thinking about it. So rather, I was thinking about the kind of paperwork you're looking at. There's another example in the 18th century of they introduced a self-assessment tax form, and then someone turns that into a poem. And I think that's a wonderful thing that exists. And then with Adrien, I was thinking too about captions, and another set of words that sometimes go along with this is metadata. You know, and the way in which metadata sits above and beyond both word and image, and having that kind of sense.
Okay, so now you should sing your
And this might need to be our last question, I think, but I have no idea how much over time we are. I'll do some of that. Okay, great, Carla, thank you.
Hi, thank you very much for a very interesting discussion. I was wondering if you have any thoughts about the kind of concepts of stillness versus dynamism within the interplay of word and image, because it's something that I am right now sort of thinking about struggling with, because John Mitchell calls the only still medium for her is painting, everything else is dynamic. So, which is why she kind of considers placement of image within the book completely inadequate and should kind of not really be done. So within that, when you put something so still within a medium of a book, which is dynamic by nature, accompanied by a text, which also has a beginning of an end, and then that sort of becomes that compilation, which you were talking about in your research. Does the image, what does it loses in terms of the viewer's interpretation of it, if it does or it doesn't? And then within that kind of the conflict of actually displaying the image within the book and kind of the complications of displaying, because by displaying the image you have to kind of stylicize the actual book as an object. I was just wondering.
Do you mean in terms of the kinetic properties of a book, like to look at one of your books or one of my books or whatever? You have to.
Yeah,
you know,
so
it
it's
is
that
kinetic,
sort of
every opening is a
filmic
diptych.
nature of
Yeah,
the video,
yeah, it's sequential,
but also the nature of consumption of the work, of the text, as opposed to the consumption of the image, and how does it kind of conflict with each other in a way?
So the 18th century worries about this a lot. And there's two kind of dichotomies they're really worried about. One, which is the dead letter and the living voice. And there's something about the voice, so reading words out, or tennis and stuff like that, is seen as invigorating those words and giving them a sense of it. But against that, they also worry about the deceptive voice versus the surety of the word. And so they are kind of two contrasts where both of them do two things, both good and bad, in that sort of way. And I think that tells you how logocentric they are, because I don't think they don't worry about images in the same sort of way, I suppose, other than iconoclasm. I suppose they've gone through that in an earlier stage, but certainly the living voice versus the dead letter and the deceptive voice versus the authority of the text is one of the things they are quite concerned about.
I think medieval and I think early modern printed books also exploit the potential of, like, instead of treating it like an oppositional thing, maybe a little bit like John Mitchell, in fact, exploits the generative power of an image being simultaneous, potentially simultaneous, or at least the ductus is yours to, you decide the way in which you consume it versus most texts, I mean, not all texts, but most texts which have that kind of linear thing. I mean, I think, even just the page that the one image that I showed from, maybe when you were looking at it, the one image from the Trinity Apocalypse, like, where do you begin? Who's the central protagonist? What am I supposed to find interesting about this? And whereas the text just tells you the story, then you have to go back to the image and kind of invest it. The other thing I was thinking when you were talking, I was slightly misunderstood what you were saying, potentially, but about dynamism is that when you put metallic pigments into a book, like gold leaf, for example, the page shimmers and moves, and in a pre-electrified context, we're all one of the things that you lose in digitizing a lot of books is that sense of texture and movement in a book, and in a book, in a world that, where your options are fire or sun, the effect of a book page is very, very different than in a kind of flat lit kind of thing. So dynamism, like the visual dynamism of a deluxe medieval illuminated manuscript, it is extraordinary, as I think it probably is in the books that you were talking about. I mean, they look incredibly vivid and...
No, I think I meant more of a...
Intellectual dynamism. Yeah,
definitely not.
I'm sorry, I was thinking about the kinetic book.
It's fascinating though, I think. And I mean, for me, my mind immediately went down the route of two different things, one of which was gesture and the way in which, but I can't work out why Mitchell doesn't think painting is dynamic, because obviously painting is very gestural, whereas actually we've already said that writing can be gestural as well. So I was sort of thinking about that as stillness and dynamism, and the dynamism of production of words and images, which I think is really interesting. And then I was going back to that idea of what words stand for when you can't read them. And Barthes is very interested in the way that text that stops short of becoming real language is kind of non-fixed, and that kind of the liveliness of the blank page, or the page that has marks on it that might be nearly text but that don't tie themselves down to meaning and don't anchor, is a kind of lively non-fixed version of writing. And so I was thinking about that in the sense of dynamism as well, but I have no idea if that's what Joan Mitchell means. It probably isn't. It's a good question.
Is it partly, though, the dynamic or temporal, say, it's partly based on the perspective that you bring to it, right? Like the Conrad works, which are like the yellow movies, which are like a painting or film, depending on like how you view it, and particularly the time frame in which you sort of understand the works. Especially, maybe this goes back to the earlier question about like preservation, which is like, there's a kind of, ephemerality is like dependent on the temporal, like what you measure it against, what your scale is, right, in terms of time. The other thing that's, I don't think this relates to what you said, but was something I thought, like, with people speaking, is like about the terms we're using and like where they come from and historicizing them, which like I don't like have an answer to this, but like word versus language, which are like kind of different terms, right? Word is sort of isolated, and also feels like it's more, this is a bit semiotic, right? It's more like actualized, right? Whereas like language is like the entire potential that's not being deployed, right? That's like lung, right?
But it does have a material, I mean, it does have a material referent in the tongue.
Okay, yes, I guess that's true. Yes, so that's an interesting question. Which you could talk about, but that, and then also like the category of text, which we've used a fair bit, which is kind of an interesting one as well. And I'm kind of curious to know when that's actually starts being deployed as a.
Well, and it's, I mean, I think somebody will doubtless know better than me or correct me, but I think that its etymology is textile. You know.
I mean, there's a long history of weaving and weaving a narrative, weaving a tale, which, I mean, there's a lot of that present in the Iliad, for example. I think we're probably at time, are we? Should we stop? Yeah.
Also, it's like
or maybe continue
as soon as you mention Iliad, the conference has to end.
Sorry.
We've reached the point. We've reached all the way back.
It's been an odyssey.
Well, thank you so much. That was really, really fascinating. And I think, as Caroline mentioned at the beginning, sort of infinitely more collaborative and sort of illuminating than just having one keynote speaker. It's really great to see all your ideas bouncing off each other and really, I'm sure Phoebe will agree, got the cogs turning in my brain as well, so that was great. But thank you everyone who has come here today to listen and to ask questions and to speak. We're really appreciative of everyone's input in this event. We are having a drinks reception in the Research Forum seminar room for everyone, all participants and attendees, so please feel free to make your way there and have a glass of wine and chat further on this topic. Okay.
Thank you. Thank you both.
Thank you.
Thank you.